Shalom, Israel. Most High in Christ blessed. Blessed Sabbath to you. My name is Brother Zerubbabel,
My name is Ezra Zelazar.
and we are children of Israel. Back once again. Blessed Sabbath to you. Like I said, um, time for another lesson on this Sabbath day. I'll pray it's beautiful outside. We are just talking about it, how nice it is today. Um, so we're going to be going over another topic. Um, been noticing, well, always noticing it, but it seems like it comes around about every Passover time, where um, I guess you could say the foolishness, the foolery, the sins that's going on within some of the camps, some of the groups, starts to manifest themselves. You know what I mean? And then just in general, you can see. Even in the world, dealing with people on a daily basis, friends, family, coworkers. Um, we all sometimes find ourselves in a position to where things are being asked of us. And especially in today's times, um, it seems like people have really gotten comfortable with, you know, being able to just ask people for help, um, and not even really asking in a way to where, you know what I mean, the person that's being asked, um it's like shameless. It's like shameless. You see it on the internet. You go on YouTube, you see countless YouTube channels of whether it be church groups, DIY, you know what I mean, people teaching how to do things. um what do you call it, these sleuths, these internet sleuths that come on and talk about true crime. Um, just um, that's on the internet. People blogging, talking, whatever their channel is. Um, Israelite groups, Christian groups, Islamic groups. You're seeing it, and they're asking and begging for money. You know what I mean? And it's time that people put their foot down and stop feeling obligated to give to these people, because you know what I mean. There's a lot of trickery involved, a lot of how do I put it, uh, playing on people's feelings. By making them feel bad. There are a lot of Christian groups, a lot of Israelite groups, and some of these other religions, um, that are using the scriptures, using the Bible to play on people's feelings, to make you feel obligated that you have to give your hard earned money to help them out or help out their cause. There are a lot of people that are using this Bible, using this truth for financial gain. And what I'm speaking of goes from dealing with organizations all the way down to an individualistic uh, uh, person or point of view, where you have friends, coworkers, family members, people asking you for help and making you feel like you're obligated to do it. You know what I mean? That by using your just using words to make you feel bad, bringing up things of the past. I remember when I did this for you, or remember when you needed help with this, and And it could be from 30 years ago that they helped you with something. And now all of a sudden, they bring it up to make you feel obligated in order to uh, to help them out. Um, Even going as far as helping strangers out in the streets. In today's society, and we're going to show you where some of this comes from, through some of these other religions, especially Christianity, being made to feel like you have to give. You have no choice but to give. And if you don't, you're a bad person. God looks down on you. And they're using the scriptures and twisting scriptures in order to get the desired effect, which is to tug at your heartstrings to make you feel obligated to give. So the name of this lesson speaks for itself. Give to the godly man and help not a sinner. To some that are in the Israelite community that understand that they're Israelites, that understand the scriptures, they already know, even just from the title, they know what's going on. But for your average everyday Christian, um, average everyday Joe out there in the world, they've never heard this stuff. All they've heard is Creflo Dollar, and all these other prosperity preaching, gospel preaching ministers, pastors, priests, um, that are playing word games with the scriptures, tugging at people's heartstrings to make them feel obligated to give their money. And then when you're out there in the regular world, you're made to feel like, let's say somebody, a homeless person comes up to you and they're asking you for money. In today's society, you've been made to feel like you got to pull your wallet out, open it up, and hand them some money. Um, and I used to be that way all the time. You know what I mean? I had that, and we're gonna talk about this in the lesson also. That altruistic um, point of view that you could, that you just gotta help everybody. I used to feel that way. It wasn't until coming into this truth and coming into the knowledge of the scriptures that I had to change, because I would do that all the time. See homeless people and thought I was being righteous, handing them 5, 10, $20, you know what I mean? Um, and then on some occasions, handing them money and then having them turn around and curse you out. Because that's one of the things we're gonna go into um, with this topic is, are you obligated to give according to the Bible? Must you, do you have to give, um, to these strangers, even though you could be putting yourself in a dangerous situation where you're seeing it happen? It's a lot more common nowadays where somebody's coming up asking for help, whether it's for money, I need a ride, I need food, and a person opens themselves up and, feel bad for them because they're just a soft-hearted, kind, loving person. And next thing you know, they're getting snatched, pulled into a van, a knife, gun pulled on them, whatever the case, and finding themselves being robbed. So according to the scriptures, are we obligated to give? That's the Christian church would have you believe, because they have everyone believing that Christ said you got to give to every man. We're gonna touch up on this in the lesson. When Christ said give to every man, did he literally mean give to every man? Is that what the Bible's actually teaching? Okay. So again, this lesson is called Give to the Godly Man and Help Not a Sinner, because that's actually what the Bible teaches. the Bible actually teaches us to give to the godly person and not to help a person that's in sin. And it's for that very reason. The Lord doesn't um, put his people into a position to where they could find themselves getting hurt. Throughout the scriptures, he's constantly warning us about putting ourselves into scenarios or positions where we can end up finding ourselves getting hurt. So, do you really think that the Lord is going to have his people just out there pulling out their wallets, handing money to strangers, not knowing who these people are, not knowing what these people's motives are, and risking getting yourself hurt, robbed, or killed, or unalive? Let me be careful because we know YouTube is weird like that, all right? So, this is another one of these lessons that um, we feel like our people need to be retaught about because we've been taught wrong. We've been taught that, you've got, it's funny because you hear some of these Christian apologists and organizations that try and come against the Israelites. And one of the main things they try and point out is, yeah, they don't believe in soup kitchens or handing out food to the needy and handing out clothes to the, you know what I mean? And trying to make it look like the Israelite community is wicked and evil and uncaring and unloving because they're not willing to do these things. Well, they're misinformed. You know what I mean? The majority of those in society have been mistaught, including the majority of our people. They've been mistaught in this society. They've been mistaught the Bible to where they've been made to feel obligated to open up their wallet and give. And some of the biggest crooks again are your average, everyday neighborhood Christian pastor. Okay. Constantly begging for money. And with YouTube, it's made things worse because anybody can grab a Bible, start a YouTube channel, put a PayPal, account up or whatever the case is, and ask for money, ask for donations. You know what I mean? And we've talked about this before where we've seen some of our Israelite brothers who, there's just a small group of them, two, three, brothers that go out and they teach on the streets, they teach online, you know what I mean? They congregate together, kind of like what we do, celebrate the high holy days together, and they're teaching online and asking for donations. Like, what do you need donations for? You know what I mean? You got 3, 4, 5 people congregating in somebody's backyard or somebody's living room. You're teaching out on the streets. How much money does it cost for you to go out and teach on the streets? A little bit of gas money. You know what I mean? And you see them putting up the PayPals, putting up the Venmos and stuff like that. So these are some of the topics we're going to be talking about in this lesson. Are we obligated to give to these people? Some of you are going to find out that you're being hoodwinked, even in the Israelite community, because there are certain men that have crept in and they're using this truth as a come up, as a way to make money. And one of the ways that they do it is they're doing exactly the same thing as the Christian pastor is doing, using the scriptures to tug at your heartstrings that, you see, you gave to Christianity when you was in the Christian church, you have no problem giving. Now in this truth, you don't want to give. This is the truth. And They started to talk about how their organization or their church group is the one, the only one that nobody does it like us. Nobody's doing it on the scale that we're doing it. You're hearing these things come out of these men's mouths. Okay. So again, we're gonna get into this lesson, give to the godly man and help not a sinner. Let's start it as usual, Hebrews 5:12 through 14.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
And as usual, we're gonna always come back to this. The first principles, the oracles of God, is that you must be retaught. And when it comes to every topic of the Bible, you need to be retaught because you've been taught wrong. We've all been taught wrong, especially amongst the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities. We have been taught this Bible wrong. We've been taught a lot of life lessons wrongly, especially when it comes to helping others, giving your time, your energy, um, your finances, resources to others. Um, we've been taught wrong. And Lord's willing, this lesson will clear up a lot of confusion because a lot of our people are finding out that they're coming into the truth and things aren't really that different than being in the Christian church. And in some cases, it's even worse. Some of these Israelite leaders are worse than your Creflo dollars when it comes to pulling dollars out of their congregants. You know what I mean? Where people are literally getting shaken down by, their camp leaders, for money. So, just keep that in mind as we go through. A lot of our people have not opened up their senses to be able to discern the difference between what good and evil is. They can't tell a good man from an evil man. Just can't do it. Even when they come into this truth, it's almost like people are coming to this truth and they're more blind now being in the truth than what they were when they were in the Christian church. Blinded by some of these men who got the gift of gab. They're very charismatic. People tend to want to follow them because they know how to speak well, they dress well. You know what I mean? The way they carry themselves. There are just some people that have that magnetism where they just pull people to them. And you got to be careful of that. We're going to talk about all these things. Okay. So for the time you ought to be teachers have need of one teach you again, which be the first principles, the oracles of God, or become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. Many of our people come into this truth just as blind as they were in the Christian church, and they're eager. You know what I mean? Because you're an Israelite, you're excited, you're hungry, you want to learn more. Um, Go online, got itching ears because we've all been there. We learn this truth. Let me watch the groups, see which group is the best group, or which group sounds like they got the truth, and whatever group I'm comfortable with is where I'm gonna go. And with those itching ears, you can find yourself joining a Israelite group, an Israelite camp church, and it could be a month later, a year later, years later, you know what I mean, before the truth actually slapped you in the face and you realize, like, wait a minute, I thought I was coming amongst godly people. This is no different than the Christian church. You got the same foolishness going on. the adultery, the lack of true brotherhood, lack of trust. You know what I mean? People, getting robbed for their money. Um, just all kinds of sin going on in the midst of a lot of these organizations. So you got to be real careful. Got to be very careful. And we're going to put the warning out there. Anybody coming into this truth, be very weary about who you trust. You know what I mean, and who you come around or go around. All right. Um, yeah, the scriptures tell us desire the sincere milk of the word, but don't come in blind. You know what I mean? Don't put your blinders on and just be all trusting to everybody when you come in. All right. And we're going to be talking about this all throughout this lesson. Let's go to First Peter 2:2.
The book of First Peter, chapter 2 and verse 2. As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby.
All right. So, like I said, a lot of people um, are coming in and finding out um, the hard way that, not everybody coming into this truth are sincere about it. Not everybody walking around with the Bible in their hand are sincere about this Bible. They're just not. Um, so again, you got to be real careful. As it says, newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word that you may grow thereby. Your desire should be to the Lord and learning His word and following His word and applying it to your life. That should be first and foremost. Unfortunately, the majority of our people coming into this truth are coming in because they have the desire to follow a man or follow men. And that's where things are going wrong in the Israelite community as it's growing. Um, you're seeing it more and more, a lot more, people coming in that aren't very sincere about this truth. Okay. And again, we're putting the warning out there, be careful. Um, because you will wake up one day, like especially a lot of our people have been finding out over the years in the Christian churches, you give all your money, your time, your love and effort, to a group, and next thing you know, you could be discarded at any time like garbage at any time. And they have no qualms about it that, after taking all your money, all your energy and time that you put in and volunteering and helping, and you think you're doing the work of the Lord, and you're first in last out. You know what I mean? Anytime there's anything needed, volunteerism, you're the first one raising your hand, first one showing up, and next thing you know, one little thing happens and everybody's turning their back on you. You know what I mean? So you gotta be careful. Okay. So we're gonna get into this lesson. Um, we're gonna start with the book of Jeremiah. You're gonna go to chapter 17. You're gonna read verses 5 through 6. Let me get there real quick. Jeremiah 17 and verse 5.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 17 and verse 5. Thus saith the Lord, Cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh the flesh his arms, and whose heart departeth from the Lord. For he shall be like the head in the desert, and shall not see when good cometh, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, in a salt land, and not inhabit it.
All right. So as it says, thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man. And one of the main topics of this lesson that we're going to get into is that word of trust. Okay. As we've been saying, a lot of our people are coming into this truth with blinders on. And immediately they're trusting in people that you really don't know. You don't really know anything about them. And you're so excited to find out you're an Israelite and you're quick to jump on the bandwagon, join this group or that group or some group because, their message is powerful. The leaders are charismatic and powerful. And you just dive in head first. And we've been there because we did the same thing coming. That's why we can warn you about it. We did the same thing. Okay. And suddenly turned around and found ourselves surrounded by people that we were like, wait a minute, I thought I was coming in the midst of a bunch of righteous, loving brothers.
Right.
You know what I mean? And in some cases, it's not the organization itself. It could just be, the people that are within that section of the group that you're a part of, because some of these groups are very large now, where they have multiple camps and multiple locations. And the organization itself could be a great organization, great leadership, great teachings, um, overall, following the scriptures, doing what the scriptures act. They understand the mission, they're going out doing the work. But in certain cities, certain little factions, you know what I mean, that are running their little small part of the organization, sometimes you could get people that go rogue and, just let power go to their head. And next thing you know, they're doing their own thing. And sometimes it could take um, a while for leadership in the organization to come to the realization like, wait a minute, something's not going right over here in this particular city. What's going on over there? So you have those things happen. So sometimes you can't blame the whole organization. It could just be, like I said, just that one little faction that's, maybe in that one particular city or town that you're in that, just got the wrong people running the show. Um, I can say that for my case because that's what the case was. Okay, at that particular time. Um, so again, thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man. All of a sudden, you find yourself giving all your money to your church or to your Israelite group, your camp, your leader, your organization, and you're seeing people do this. They know they got bills to pay, and they'll spend thousands of dollars to spend money to fly out to their organization's Passover and just leave their bills alone. You know what I mean? And next thing you know, they come back and they're finding themselves in all kinds of financial trouble because it was more important to them to show up and show out. Feel a part of the organization or feel a part of being an Israelite. Spending all the money on garments and clothes and travel and what I mean, and food and whether you're flying, whether you're driving, taking a train, whatever method it's going to cost, and these costs add up. And you turn around and look, and you spend, especially let's say you've been in an organization for 5-10 years. And every year you're spending thousands of dollars to fly out to here, fly out to there to go to a Passover. The majority of our people really don't have the money to be doing that, but they're doing it. And why are they doing it? Out of, obligation, feeling obligated that they got to do it. Because if they don't show up, you're being made to feel like, there's something wrong with you. Okay. Again, men using the scriptures to tug at your heartstrings. Okay. But you got to remember, these people are making a lot of money off of these high holy days that they're putting on. Okay. They're making a lot of money, a lot. And that's one of the things that's barely or rarely being talked about in the Israelite community. But that's part of that curse that is talking about. Cursed be the man that trusteth in man. You're trusting in these men. And then you wonder why, even though you're in the truth, things are not going well for you. You're in the truth now, but things in the household haven't really changed that much. In fact, in some cases, they're getting worse than before you came into the truth. Okay. That's because you put your trust in a man. You're coming in not being sincere about actually following the Lord and following the scriptures. And then you find yourself going through hard times, going through it. And in some cases, people get to a point to where they just get fed up and they quit. They give up. They're like, you know what? I'm done with this. And we were talking about this last night. They end up leaving the truth, going back into the world. Some people are going back into the Christian churches, all because they put their trust into a man, put their trust into a leader, into a group, just to have their backs turned on them. In some cases, just to have all their money, their time, and resources, and things like that. Um, you can't get, you're out here volunteering, helping out, your group, going out to camp, teaching. You know what I'm spending a lot of time online teaching. Um, volunteering here, volunteering there, doing work over here, doing work over there. And then all of a sudden, it could all just be snatched up from you. You know what I mean? So you got to be real careful. So when he says, "Cursed be the man that trusteth in man," the scriptures mean what they say. And that's what you see happening to a lot of our people coming into the truth. They come in, and sometimes you have to wonder, like, man, they seem like they're more cursed now than what they were before they even came in. Like, what's going on? What happened? So it says, "Cursed be the man that trusteth in man and maketh flesh his arm." A lot of our people don't understand what that means. What does it mean to make flesh his arm? We're going to go through real quick just to kind of give you an understanding of what that actually means, because a lot of people read this, "Cursed be the man that trusteth in man and maketh flesh his arm," and they don't understand what that means. And to a lot of people, if you just hear it, it's like, what does that mean to make flesh your arm? Isn't your arm flesh? What is that supposed to mean? All right. Um, so we're going to just give a quick breakdown, the understanding of what that actually means, so people will know what it actually means to make flesh your arm. Let's go to Job 40:9.
The book of Job, chapter 40 and verse 9. Hast thou an arm like God? Or, or canst thou thunder with a voice like him?
So as it says, "Hast thou an arm like God? Or canst thou thunder with a voice like him?" So what does that mean? Do you have an arm like God? So obviously the scriptures are telling us that God's arm is not like man's arm. Man's arm in the scriptures is considered flesh. It's being compared to flesh, a man's arm. Okay, so the scriptures tell there's something about God's arm that's different than our arm. Just and I'm bringing these scriptures out to put it as plain and simple as possible through scriptures. Okay, so the question is, has thou an arm like God? So when that question is posed, that should make you think. Okay, so the scriptures is trying to tell us that when it comes to an arm, a man's arm is not like God's arm. His arm is different. Okay, all right, we're getting somewhere. It should be kind of self-explanatory. Let's stay in Job. Let's go to Job 26:2.
The book of Job, chapter 26 and verse 2. How hast thou helped him that is without power? How savest thou the arm that hath not strength?
All right. So hast thou helped him that is without power? How savest thou the arm that hath no strength? So now we're getting somewhere. What does the arm represent? The arm represents strength, it represents power, it represents might, trust, hope. And in some cases, it even represents Christ himself when you read certain scriptures. Okay. So again, the arm represents strength, it represents power, it represents might, trust, hope. Okay. And like this, sometimes it represents Christ. So when it says, cursed be the man that trusteth in man and maketh flesh his arm, it's meaning making flesh, making a man your strength, putting all your trust and hope in a man, making a man your power, making a man your might, okay, instead of the Most High. Does that makes sense? That's simple enough. I pray that it is. All right. Let's continue. Let's go to Jeremiah 21 and 5.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 21 and verse 5. And I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand and with a strong arm, even in anger and in fury and in great wrath.
All right. So we know that the Lord's hand, the Lord's arm is what? Is representative of strength, is representative of power, is representative of might. Okay. He says, and I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand, with a strong arm, even in anger and in fury and great wrath. So when the Lord comes against you with the strong arm, he's coming against you because he's mad at you. He's pissed off. He's angry. He's coming in great wrath and fury. Okay, you can't do anything against the arm of the Lord. You can't fight against it. There's nothing you can do against it. There's nothing that man can do against the arm of the Lord. But our people would rather trust in man, put their hope in men, that men will be able to fight their battles for them, that a man will be able to help them out of their troubles instead of putting all that hope and all that trust in the Lord. All right. And the Lord is telling us because we have done certain things, our people have committed iniquity, committed sin, that when we do that, he's going to bring his strong arm against us. Okay. Let's go to Psalms 89 and 13.
The book of Psalms, chapter 89 and verse 13. Thou hast a mighty arm, strong is thy hand, and high the right hand.
All right. So thou hast a mighty arm. Strong is thy hand and high is thy right hand. So when we're saying that the arm represents strength, it represents might, it represents power. We're bringing scriptures out that shows that, that proves that. Okay. As it says, thou hast a mighty arm, strong is thy hand, and high is thy right hand. Okay. Let's go to the book of Second Chronicles, chapter 32, and you're going to read verses 7 through 8.
The book of Second Chronicles, chapter 32 and verse 8. With him is an arm of flesh, but with us is the Lord our God to help us and to
Verses
fight our
32, 7 through 8. Start at verse 7.
7 through 8. I went through. Okay. Um, the book of Second Chronicles, chapter 32 and verse 7. Be strong and courageous, be not afraid nor dismayed for the king of Assyria, nor for all the multitude that is within him. For there be more with us than with him. With him is an arm of flesh, but with us is the Lord our God to help us and fight our battles. And the people rest themselves upon the words of Hezekiah, king of Judah.
All right, so he's saying, be strong and courageous, be not afraid nor dismayed for the king of Assyria, nor for all the multitude that is with him, for there be more with us than with him. Okay, why is that? Why should he's telling our people not to be afraid, not to be scared? Because he says with him is an arm of flesh. Like, this is just a man. He doesn't have any real power. He doesn't have any real might. When it comes to our Lord, he can't do nothing. With him is an arm of flesh, but with us is the Lord our God to help us and to fight our battles, because we know the Lord's arm, the Lord's might, the Lord's power is mightier than any man on this earth, on this planet. So we've got to keep that in mind when it comes to when we're putting our trust into these men. These men don't have any real power over you. The only power they have is the power that you give them. And you got to really keep that in mind when you go into some of these groups and join some of these camps and these Israelite factions, okay? That some of these leaders are some very wicked men. And I'm just being honest about it. Some of these men are some very wicked, evil men. And as we go through the lesson, you'll see why we say that, because they fit the very definitions of what the Bible teaches us wicked, evil men are. Okay. So I'm not just saying it just to say it. Okay. Let's go to Jeremiah 17 and 7 through 8. Hold on, let me. When you're there, go ahead and read.
Oh, I thought you were looking. You said, wait, I'm sorry.
Oh,
The
okay.
book of Jeremiah 17 and verse 7. Blessed is the man that trusteth in the Lord, and whose hope the Lord is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, that spreadeth out her roots by the river, and shall not see when heat cometh, but her leaves shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruits.
So the scriptures is telling us, first we read, the Lord says, cursed be the man that trusteth in man. But when it comes to the Lord, he says, blessed is the man that trusteth in the Lord, in whose hope the Lord is. We've got to stop trusting in these men. We got to stop hoping in these, putting our hope in these men. You're just like in the Christian church. Our people are going into these churches really hoping and believing that these men will be able to turn their lives around and, be able to um, bring the blessings of the Lord upon them. And, they think that this stuff is coming from these men. They're actually worshiping these men. It's the pastor, the men that they're putting up on the pedestal. And you know it because when you're within the midst of the organization or the church group, listen to who is spoken of the most, even in the Israelite community. All you hear is, oh, pastor so and so, pastor so and so, so and leader of so and so, and you know what I mean. The leader's name is spoken of more than you hear anybody talk about Christ. They're literally worshiping the leader and don't even realize that they're doing it. Just really sit back and listen to some of these congregants in some of these congregations, whether again, it doesn't matter if it's a Christian church group or in the Israelite community. You hear it, you see it, and we're watching people live it every day, that they are putting more trust and honor upon their leader or leadership than they are Christ. Christ's name is rarely spoken of, but the leader, that's all you hear all day long, is Pastor so and so, pastor, yeah, pastor said, pastor. That's what you hear. But the scriptures tells us, blessed is the man that trusteth in the Lord, and whose hope the Lord is. So if you really want true blessings, you got to stop trusting in these men and put your trust and your hope in our Lord. That's what you got to do. Okay. Our people, for whatever reason, again, they go into this truth. They come in and it's like they put darker blinders on, darker sunglasses, whatever you want to call it. They become more blind in this truth than they ever were in the Christian church, and they don't see it. They don't get it. Okay, because like I said, there's some of these Israelite leaders that are worse than your Creflo Dollar when it comes to pulling dollars out of their people's pockets. All right, so you get upset about it, but the truth is the truth. There are some men in the Israelite community that are using this truth for gain, and it needs to stop. All right. Um, let's go to the book of Proverbs. You got to go to chapter 2 and read verses 10 through 15.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 2 and verse 10. When wisdom entereth into thine heart, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee, to deliver thee from the way of the evil man, from the man that speaketh forward things, who leave the path of brightness to walk in the ways of darkness, who rejoice to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked, whose ways are crooked, and they forward in their paths.
All right. So the scriptures is telling us, okay, that if you really want wisdom, you really want to gain the knowledge of this book, or when you actually attain it, then certain things are going to happen. When you actually have wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the scriptures, that's the thing that's going to open your eyes and allow you to be able to discern the difference between wicked and evil, or evil and good, or good and evil, a good person and a wicked person, a good man and a wicked man, an evil man. It's the scriptures that's going to allow you to make that discernment, as we read earlier in Hebrews 5. Those that haven't exercised their senses to discern the difference between good and evil. It says, when wisdom entereth into thine heart, meaning your mind, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee. We've been saying, why is some of our people appearing to come into this truth, and they come in more blind than when they were in the Christian church? Because our people lack discretion. That first word, discretion shall preserve thee. It's because of that lack of discretion, Our people are finding themselves in a bind in some of these churches, where they're being ruled over with an iron fist in some of these congregations, and getting treated like garbage. And they come back religiously every Sabbath for more and more and more. You know what I mean? It's sad, just like the Christian church. They come back. It's like our people are gluttons for punishment. We love to be punished for whatever reason. Okay. So our people lack discretion. They lack the ability to discern wickedness and evil in a person. And that's how our people are finding themselves under the power of some of these men. All right. Our people are too trusting of men. Okay. So the scripture is telling us that when you have wisdom and knowledge, that's what's going to give you discretion. Discretion, basically, we're going to go through the definition in a minute. It basically means having the ability to make wise decisions. Our people lack that ability. And it says to deliver thee from the way of the evil man, from the man that speaketh froward things. That man, it's telling you the type of man to stay away from. The man is talking about who leave the paths of uprightness to walk in the ways of darkness. Those type of men who rejoice to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked, whose ways are crooked and they forward in their paths. So the scriptures are telling us that when you actually attain wisdom and knowledge, that's going to give you discretion. And that discretion is what's going to basically open your eyes up, give you the discernment to be able to spot out the wickedness or the good in people. The scriptures gives you that discernment. Okay. And again, I don't know if it's from a lack of study, if it's a lack of reading, comprehending, whatever the case is. A lot of our people are coming to this truth. And again, they're coming in more blind than when they were in the Christian church. And it's a sad thing to see, because there are a lot of our people in these groups that are being taken advantage of, clearly being taken advantage of. And again, are we obligated to just give to anybody and everybody that's asking? That's what this lesson is about. Again, give to the godly man and help not a sinner. And many of us are in the midst of congregations and groups where our leaders are some of these very men, some of these evil men that we're reading about right here. Some of these men that speak forward things. Some of these men who are not walking on an upright path. They're not walking in the light. They're walking in darkness. Some of these men who rejoice to do evil. Some of these men love evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked. Some of these men are very evil and wicked, not just in their speech, but in their mannerism, the way they carry themselves, and the way they treat people. And it says, "And whose ways are crooked." Many of these leaders, their ways are crooked. Many of these men that are in this Israelite community are not walking straight paths. As it says, and they forward in their paths. And a lot of our people are so blinded to, the fact that this man, he's the leader. He's the man. And, they're following behind them blindly. Okay. Let's go to Proverbs 1. We're going to read verses 1 through 4.
Chapter 1, 1. The proverb of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel. To know wisdom and instruction, to preserve the words of understanding, to receive the instructions of to receive the instruction of wisdom, justice, and judgment and equity, to give subtlety to the simple, to the young man knowledge and discretion.
To the young man, knowledge and discretion. And it's funny that it says to the young man, knowledge and discretion, because you can see that our young men in the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities have no discretion, completely lack discretion. Their minds are so far gone because of the wickedness of this world brought onto them or brought to them via the music industry, the movie industry, television, the internet, everything that they've been programmed to become and to be has brought these young men to a very, very low estate to where they're to the point to where they have no love of life at all. They lack discretion. They cannot um, make sound decisions if their lives depended on it. You know what I mean? My wife and I were watching some videos the other night on YouTube. You know, some of these videos that pop up all the time where it shows, um, crimes that are happening or around different cities and things like that. And some of these YouTube channels where they'll put these videos together showing where in some of these hoods where these young men are out here ruling the streets, just out here causing all kinds of problems. And a couple of the videos that we were watching, where one of them, actually, in fact, this particular video, um, I believe, what day was it? Um, I had come home from work and she was watching IUIC, and I'm trying to remember what day it was. But one of the videos that they were showing, they were talking about Christmas, and they were showing a video how on Christmas Day you had, our people, of course, out there in the middle of the streets having a big old brawl. And these young men, of course, pulled out pew pews. And you can see it in their eyes. You can see the look on their faces that they were just programmed to just act and react. You know what I mean? No matter, there were people pulling them back, people telling them, you know what, no, don't do this, no, 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 no. They were pulling out their pew pews. They had family members, their friends in the neighborhood, trying to break the fight up, trying to pull them apart and saying, look, don't do this, don't do it. Which they were telling them the right thing. Like, hey, look at what you guys are about to do. You guys are about to come out here and try and shoot and kill each other over what? But they weren't hearing it. Their minds, once they got heated, there's no thought, no, you could see it in their faces. It's kind of like a hungry bear when it sees prey standing there, and that bear's instincts kick in, and there's nothing stopping that bear from getting to that deer, that little deer standing there. There's nothing that's going to stop it, because now once that bear's instincts have kicked in, it's just he's going to it. He's going to make the kill. And that's what you see in the eyes of these young men. It's like they just can't help themselves. They've been programmed that once they see that person that that has what they feel has disrespected them, there's no going back. No matter how many people in this video were pulling them back, pushing them back, and saying, man, trying to talk sense into them, like, hey man, don't do it. You know what I mean? We don't need this right now. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Right when you thought that, okay, maybe it just might settle down. No, you're wrong. Somebody started shooting. They started firing. They just couldn't help themselves. They just had to do it. Okay. And then, another video we were watching, um, it was a guy walking into he was going to walk into a liquor store. He was walking across the street, just coming from work, had a bag of food in his hand. He was going to stop at the store, maybe Guess he was maybe going to buy something to drink to go with his food or something. Just got off work, wanted to get some dinner and go home. And Tesla full of young dudes pull up. They, two of them said something to him while he was in the crosswalk. He said something back, and the video shows that these two youngsters jump out the car with pew-pews in their hands. Him, you could tell that nervous energy kicked in where he was like, you know what, if I'm going to have to go, he stood his ground. Like, you know what, if you guys are going to do it, he stood in the doorway of the store and was like, look, you guys are going to do it. And you could see again the look in their faces where they were contemplating, they were thinking, they were pointing the guns at him. They backed up, got back into the car. And again, right when you thought, okay, maybe, something came over them, they thought about it and, they're going to do the right thing and just drive away. But no, that's not what they did. They could have. They didn't have to do what they did. They were already in the car. They closed the doors. They were pulling off. They had the pew-pews pointed out the window still, but they fired anyway. They fired the guns anyway when they didn't have to. There was no reason for it. And again, it's like that bear that sees the prey and instincts kick in and there's no stopping them. And that's what the problem is with our young men in these hoods, where, as it says, the Proverbs of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, because that's what the scriptures obviously should be giving us. It should be instilling wisdom. It should be giving us instruction. Why? To perceive the words of understanding, to receive the instruction of wisdom, because you need instruction to gain wisdom. Justice, you need instruction to understand justice. And judgment, you need instruction in order to have sound judgment. In equity, you need instruction. You need to be instructed. You need to be taught what equity is in order to have it, in order to apply it to your life. To give subtlety to the simple, you need instruction. You need to be taught. To the young man, knowledge and discretion. And that's the problem. These young men are not being instructed. They're not being taught. It's not being taught in the home. Everything that they are is being taught to them by social media, the music, TV, movies, all the negative images that Esau has implanted into the minds of our young men. And we wonder why things are going so bad in our community. All right, let's go to Sirach 33 and 29. Give me a second, because all right, I didn't put that one. Give me a second. Let me type this one in. So we're going to Sirach 33 and 29. And go ahead and read it when you got it.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 30, 33 and verse
Yeah,
29.
33.
But be not excessive towards any, and without discretion do nothing.
So again, the scriptures are very, very, very clear and concise in teaching us. Sirach 33 and 29, it says, but be not excessive toward any, and without discretion do nothing. That tells you how valuable discretion is to our people and to the teaching and learning of our people from the Most High. The Most High views it's something that's greatly needed among our people, and the Most High acknowledges that in the scriptures, that our people need discretion. that's going to take away a lot of the issues that we have in our communities if our young men, especially, and now even our young women, because you're starting to see situations where even the young women are out here helping these youngsters set up, other people, where they send the girls out there, okay, lure them, make them think, you're gonna hook up with them or whatever, get them to the house or get them out there into, this discreet place. And next thing you know, the kid is wandering off with this girl, and he thinks, he's met him a girl, and he thinks he's about to get a little something. And next thing he know, a car full of guys pull up, and that's all he wrote, or that's all she wrote. They're gone. They're taken out. All because what? Because a lot of these young girls are now out here just as ruthless as these boys are. And the scriptures are telling us, don't do anything without discretion. Don't buy and sell anything without discretion. Don't make any decision. Nothing. Don't do anything without discretion. Don't sign any contract without discretion. Don't enter into any kind of agreement, whether it's a contract or a handshake, without discretion. Don't put your trust into any man, organization, whether it's a church group, whatever the case is, without discretion. I mean, when it says, and without discretion, do nothing, it means don't do anything without using discretion. All right. So let's look this word up. What exactly does discretion mean? I gave you just a little rundown, but let's actually look it up. All right, let me stop sharing here. All right. Is it not showing up? There we go.
There it is.
Behaving, speaking, circumspect, to show a little care or carefulness when they make decisions, to have a little caution when it comes to making decisions, have a little wariness when it comes to making decisions. Let's see what Merriam-Webster says. All right, Merriam-Webster, discretion as a noun. The quality of having or showing discernment or good judgment, the quality of being discreet, which is mainly the what do you call it? The definition that I gave earlier, that it means having the ability to make wise decisions, to make good decisions, or as it says here, have good judgment, the quality of having or showing discernment or good judgment. And we've talked about that word discernment. Okay. Number two, the use of careful judgment in making responsible decisions. Our young men lack the ability to have careful judgment in making responsible decisions. That's why you see the majority of decisions that these young men make are very, very irresponsible decisions that usually ends up with them either locked up in prison or being lowered down into a grave in a casket. All right. Discretion, 3A, individual choice or judgment. and here power to choose or decide freely within certain legal bounds. All right. So again, our people lack the ability to make good decisions, and especially when it comes to helping others. Because I know you may be wondering, like, what does this got to do with the topic of the lesson? Give to the godly man and help not a sinner, because our people lack the ability to make wise decisions when it comes to helping others. And that's why you see a lot of our people ending up in situations also that they can't get themselves out of, because they put their trust into the wrong people. All right. Uh, um, so let's go back to Job. And we're going to go to chapter 8 and verse 20. Let me switch this back. Give me a second. Share screen, share screen. So we're going to go to Job 8 and 20.
The book of Job, chapter 8 and verse 20. Behold, God will not cast away a perfect man, neither will he help the evildoers.
Neither will he help the evildoers. Neither will he help the evildoers. So the scriptures tells us that the Lord himself will not help evildoers. Okay? Again, the scriptures, not us, not Brother Ezra, not Brother Zerubbabel. We're not saying this. This is coming straight from the scriptures, that the Lord himself is not going to help an evildoer. Let me read it again. Behold, God will not cast away a perfect man, neither will he help the evildoers. So if the Lord himself is not willing to help evildoers, why are these pastors teaching that we should just give and help anybody? Why is that being taught in the Christian churches? Why is that? Why are people being made to feel like they have to be out there giving and giving and giving and giving and giving and giving? Why is that? That's the question, right? Why are so many of our people so willing to just, and it's not always monetarily. Again, it's giving your time, your devotion, your energy to these churches and some of these groups, to where 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the line, people are turning around and waking up and realize, like, wait a minute, I was being used. They never cared about me. They never cared about my contributions. I was just another number. I was just another dollar sign. I was just another body that now, it's time to, to bring somebody else in. I'm being discarded. Just like your job. Same thing. Sometimes people put too much trust into their supervisors or managers at work, thinking, I got it good. They like me. Yeah, they love you because you show up on time every day. You even stay afterwards every day. You put in the extra work when they need it. You're on call anytime they need you. And you blindly believe that, what, I'm solid, I'm good. Until somebody with more skills than you come along and they're like, bye-bye. Sorry, we don't need your position anymore. We're going in another direction. That's the kind of thing you're seeing going on in some of these groups, some of these churches. And like I said, even in the Israelite community. So again, the question is, why are these pastors teaching in these churches that we should just be giving and helping anybody? You should be giving to the poor. You should be, if you see somebody out there on the streets and, they're in need, You should be giving them the shirt off your back. You should be volunteering in the soup kitchen. You should be volunteering to give food and all this stuff. I'm going to show you the reason why. Let's go to the book of Matthew. We're going to go to the book of Matthew. We're going to show you the reason why our people are being duped into believing this nonsense. And we're going to go to verse 42. Because
The
this
book
is
of
one of the
Matthew.
scriptures that's used to push this nonsense to our people.
The book of Matthew, chapter 5 and verse 42. Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee turn not thou ways.
So here it is. Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee, turn not thou away. So these pastors, these ministers, these preachers, they're reading scriptures like this, and they have no understanding of what the scripture is really actually talking about. They have no understanding because they haven't read the Old Testament, or they're not believing in the Old Testament, or because they teach that the Old Testament is done away with. And then when they read things like this in the New Testament, so you see, we ain't supposed to turn away. If somebody needs to borrow, you give them the shirt off your back. You give them the shoes off your feet. Huh? You hear this nonsense.
Right.
They have no understanding that these scriptures that Christ was speaking of, when Christ was saying these things, go back to the Old Testament. That these scriptures that Christ was talking about, he's talking about helping and giving. He's talking about helping and giving to your brothers and sisters in this truth that keep the commandments of God. Christ knew the scriptures, and this is what he was talking about. If your brother asks of you and you've got it, he's keeping the commandments, he's a godly man, then you give to him. You don't turn him away if he's really in need. They're really sincerely keeping the commandments of the Lord. You don't turn your brother away. That's what Christ is talking about. Okay? How do I put it? Later in the lesson, we're going to show you scripture that actually prove what we're saying. That's why you got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a way to there a little, to get the full context of what the Bible's talking about. But these dumb Christian pastors read some of the, let's go to Luke 6 and 30. This is another one.
The book of Luke, chapter 6 and verse 30. Give to every man that asketh of thee, and of him that taketh away thy goods, ask them not again.
So you hear these pastors, give to every man that asketh thee. Uh-huh. So is Christ really telling us to give to every man of every nation, every color and creed, rich or poor, well-dressed, badly dressed, bumly dressed? He just telling us to just give to everybody and anybody that asks. Is that what Christ is really telling us? Give to every man that asketh thee. And see, the Christian pastor, he's going, when you ask him that question, he's going to look you in your eyes and say, what does the scripture say? Give to every man. Every man. Don't you get that stuff on the streets? Every man. Everybody. But is that what Christ is really teaching us? That's why you got to go through the whole Bible, because then you fully understand what Christ was talking about. You got to remember, Christ was dealing with the Israelites, and he understood the teachings of the Old Testament. He had full understanding of all the scriptures. He didn't have to come out and re-go over the laws and commandments that were written in the book of Moses, because it was expected that the people should have already known them. You should already understand that he's dealing with his people, the Israelites. So when it comes to dealing with his people, and he says to give to every man that ask of thee, number one, he's talking about the people, the people of Israel, his people, dealing with them. And furthermore, those that are doing what? Keeping the commandments, those that are in righteousness. It's not, you got to remember that the Lord doesn't consider a person a man unless you're keeping the commandments. You got to remember what happened to the entire nation of northern kingdom of Israel. They became not a people, because the Lord doesn't consider you a people unless you're keeping his commandments. They became not a people because of their idolatry. And the same thing comes down to what the Lord considers a man. If you're not keeping the commandments of the Lord, you're not a man. He didn't give the commandments and the law to the other nations. That's why he calls them dogs, because they're not men to him. They're beasts. He considers all of us beasts in the scriptures, but the children of Israel, he considers us men, because we have the law and commandments, and when we keep them, we're considered men. We're considered people to him. But anybody outside of that, they're not a man. They're not a people. Plain and simple. That's what the scriptures teach. So when the Lord is saying, give to every man that asketh of thee, and of him that taketh away thy goods, ask them not again. It's talking about when it comes to dealing with your people, just as it's taught in the Old Testament. And we will show you. Let's go to the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 15, and again read verses 7 through 11. Show you that we're not making this stuff up. Christ did not come just teaching his own thing, as many of these pastors would have you believe. That Christ came and he was teaching his law. He was teaching his commandments.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 15 and verse 7. If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thy heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother,
Stop
but thou
right there
shalt.
for a second.
Mhm.
Clearly, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother. If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother. So now when you go back and you read Matthew 5 and 42, give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow thee, turn not thou away. Does that make more sense now? It's exactly what Christ was talking about. Christ was talking about the teachings of the Old Testament, that you don't turn your brother away that's in need. Remember, the children of thy people. Go to Leviticus 19, and let's just bring that out just real quick.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 19 and verse 17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord.
All right. So the Lord has been telling us this from the very beginning, that when it comes to who you're dealing with the people, the children of your people. loving the children of your people. You have to remember we were completely separated from all the other nations, and we had to learn how to deal with each other within the confines of our nation, and learning how to love our nation and help the people of our nation. But unfortunately, here in America, we've been taught that we got to worry about every other nation before we worry about our own. That's why you could be out there teaching, and the first thing that somebody says is always, "What about the white man? What about the white man?" And it's funny because they never ask about what about the Chinese. They never say, "What about the Japanese people?" They never say, "Well, what about the Arabs?" They never say that. It's always, "What about the white man?" So now going back to Deuteronomy 15:7, go ahead and read it again.
Um, verse 7, if there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren, within any of thy gates in thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thy heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother.
So now when you read Matthew 5:42, give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow thee, turn not thou away, should make perfect sense now. Just like Luke 6:30, give to every man that asketh of thee, and of him that taketh away thy goods, ask them not again. These scriptures should make perfect sense to those that have the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of these scriptures. All right, let's go ahead and read on verse 8.
Verse 8, but thou shalt open thy hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need in that which he wanted.
So it's very clear, but thou shalt open thy hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need in that which he wanted. When it comes to dealing with our people, you need to be willing to give, willing to lend, willing to help them out. All right. And when we go further into the scriptures, further into the lesson, it brings even more clarity. That is just not giving to just any man of our brethren. It's the godly man of our brethren. Okay. And it will become clear. It's not something we're making up. All right. Let's go ahead and read on.
Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the seventh year, the year of release, is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou givest him not, and he cry unto the Lord against thee, and it be sin unto thee.
And it be what?
Sin unto thee.
And it be sin unto thee. If somebody's in wickedness, they're not going to be crying out to the Lord. But if your brother is in righteousness, he's in need, he needs help, comes to you, asks for the help, and you harden your heart, and you're like, no, I ain't helping you. And he goes and he prays to the Lord, like, Lord, I've been keeping your commandment. I've been doing everything you said of me. You've expected me. I'm in need. I went and asked my brother for help, and he's refusing to help me. The Lord says that you are in sin for not helping that brother. It's sin. Read on. Let's go. Read on.
Thou shalt surely give him, and thy heart shall not be grieved when thou givest unto him, because that for this thing the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy works and in all that thou puttest thine hand unto.
So you should understand that the Lord, that's why in the scripture it says, willingly give. Because the Lord, we're going to get to it later on in the lesson, the Lord loves a cheerful giver. I'm paraphrasing. Comes back again to this. Thou shalt surely give him, and thine heart shall not be grieved when thou givest unto him. Because you see a lot of people that do that. Somebody will ask for help, and they grudgingly will give them the money. Like they really don't want to do it. And they're just like, oh, man, this fool coming asking me for money again. I come back, getting tired of him, sick of him. And he's like, you know what? Here, just take it. Just take it. Just get out of my face. Sick of you. The Lord doesn't like that. The Lord does not like that at all. To grudgingly give, of your resources, of your time, or your help. All right, let's read the last one, verse 11.
For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command thee, saying, Thou shalt open thy hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to the needy in thy land.
To who?
To thy needy in the land.
He says, Thou shalt open thy hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to thy needy in thy land. We're dealing with the people of our nation and our land. Okay? Shouldn't be anything hidden about that. It's crystal clear. Shouldn't be confusing. All right? Let's go to the book of Proverbs, chapter 3. Again, that's why we say our people need to be retaught. You're going to read verses 27 through 28.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 3, and verse 27. Withhold not good from them to whom it is due, when it is in the power of thy hand to do it. Say not unto thy neighbor, Go and come again, and tomorrow I will give, when thou hast it by thee.
All right. So again, who are we dealing with? Your neighbor. Who is your neighbor? The children of thy people, as we read in Leviticus 19. He's telling us, withhold not good from them to whom it is due. What is in the power of thine hand to do it. So let's say a situation where your brother helped you out, gave you a little, gave you a loan, gave you some money, and you promise you're going to pay it back. And they come to you and they say, hey, you know what? Remember that $20 I let you borrow last week? Can I get it back? You got $100 in your pocket. And instead of just reaching in your pocket and bringing out that $20 and saying, here you go, you sit there and act like you ain't got no money on it all. You know what, bro? Oh man, I can't do it right now. In fact, that situation. Remember in the movie with Will Smith? What was the name of that movie? Uh, Pursuit of Happiness. The Pursuit of Happiness. Did you see that movie? Where
Mhm.
his friend, had gave his friend, loaned his friend the money. Was it $15 or something like that that he let his friend borrow? And when Will Smith fell on the hard times, he kept trying to go to his friend and get the money, and the friend was like, "No, I ain't giving you nothing." Let me see if I can find that video. Hold on. It just popped in my head that I remember that scene. Um, yeah, it's right here. I'll try and fast forward to that particular part. right, give me a second. I found it. You can see it. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Hey, Wayne, I needed to get that $14. I thought I didn't know you that now. What? Why? Why what? Why would you think you don't owe me my money? I helped you move. You drove me 2 blocks, Wayne. That's 200 yards. It's been 4 months, Wayne. I need my money. I need my money. I need my money right now. Hey, man, I don't have it, Wayne, go get my money. Get Wayne, get my money. Man. It's $14, man. You all over. It's my $14. Go get my money. All of me. Get my money, Wayne.
So as you can see, were we able to hear it?
Yes.
Okay. Let me come back. So as you can see, this is common amongst our people. He borrowed the money. Then when it came time to pay it back or give it back, he's got excuses like, no, I helped you move. When there was never any agreement that, you know, if he would have said, hey, you know what, since you helped me move, you know what, forget about that $14. But there was never any agreement entered into or nothing like that. You know what I mean? He just didn't want to pay it back.
Right.
All right. So withhold not good from them to whom it is due, and is in the power of thine hand to do it. Say not unto thy never, go and come again, and tomorrow I will give when thou hast it by thee. So the situation I was talking about, you have the money in your pocket. They let you borrow $20. They come to you like, hey, you know what? Can I get that money you owe me? You got $100 in your pocket. And instead of whipping out that 20, say, oh man, I'm sorry I haven't paid you back yet. Here you go. You want to act funny like this guy, like, hey, you know what? No, I ain't got it. I don't have it right now. The Lord's telling us we're not supposed to be doing that. So, like with the situation we just saw right here in Pursuit of Happiness, that situation should never happen. All right, because if he was a godly man that knew the scriptures, he would have known that, you know what? No, I got to give it to him right now. I borrowed it from him. I got to give it back. All right. Let's go to Proverbs 21:13.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 21 and verse 13. Whoso stoppeth his ears at the cry of the poor, he also shall cry himself, but shall not be heard.
So when the poor of your own people are calling out, they're asking for help, and you close your ears up, you don't want to help them. The Lord's saying when it's your time to cry, when you're in need, when you're the one asking him for help, you're not going to be heard. He's not going to be listening to you because you didn't listen to your own brother. All right. So you got to keep that in mind. Whoso stoppeth his ears at the cry of the poor, he also shall cry himself, there shall not be heard. Okay. Let's go to the book of Exodus, chapter 22. Again, that's why you got to go to the Old Testament. You're going to read verses 26 through 27. So that way you can get understanding when it comes to some of these scriptures in the New Testament. That's how these pastors are duping our people.
The book of Exodus, chapter 22 and verse 26. If thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, Thou shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun goeth down, for that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin, wherein shall he sleep. And it shall come to pass when he crieth unto me that I will hear, for I am gracious.
So, whatever the case is, let's say your neighbor let you borrow a jacket, they let you borrow a blanket, they just gave you something to cover yourself because it was cold or it was raining or, you know what I mean, bad weather outside. The Lord's saying you need to give that back. You need to give it back to him before the sun goes down. All right. When you enter into these agreements with your brothers, and you see this happen in some of these Israelite camps, some of these Israelite communities, um, Israelite churches, where people are willing to help other people within the body or within the congregation. And then, next thing you know, they're helping out a brother or sister, giving money or giving, clothing, whatever it may be. Like, hey, you know what? Can I borrow this? Can I borrow? Oh, yeah, no problem. And next thing you know, they're being taken advantage of. All right. Let's go to James chapter 2, and you're going to read verses 15 through 16.
The book of James, chapter 2, and verse 15. Um, if a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, and one of you say unto them, depart in peace, be ye warned and filled, notwithstanding ye give them not those things which are needful to the body, what doth it profit?
All right. So again, this is another one of those scriptures in the New Testament. We're going to go over a few of them that these Christian pastors use to tug at the heartstrings of our people that make you feel like you are obligated to just give to anybody, to any man. Because Christ said, if any man, so any man that's a Christian is considered your brother or sister. So this scripture applies to you. If a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food, and one of you say unto them, depart in peace, be ye warmed and filled, notwithstanding you give them not those things which are needful to the body, what doth it profit? The Lord's gonna come down on you because you didn't help them out. But it's talking about your brother or sister. The scriptures are clear throughout. Your brother or sister of your nation, your fellow Israelite brother or sister. You have a brother or sister within the body that are sincere about this truth and they need help. You see that you go to their house and you see that they don't have food in the house or something. You know what I mean? They're falling on hard times. And all you do is just wish them well, like, hey, you know what? Yeah, peace. And you don't try and help them. You don't give them the things that they need. The Lord frowns on that. That's why he says, and one of you say unto them, depart in peace, be ye warmed and filled. You see that they have need, and you don't lift a hand to try and help them. You're basically acknowledging that you see they need help. Yeah, I see that you need blankets. I see that you need heat in your home. I see that you need food. I see that you need, and you just acknowledge it, but don't do anything to help. Like, what good does it do for you to acknowledge it, but not give them what they need? Or at least try and help out is what the scriptures is talking about. All right. Let's go to 1 John. Another one in the New Testament that these pastors love to use. 1 John chapter 3, verses 16 through 17.
The book of First John, chapter 3 and verse 16. Hereby perceive we the love of God, because he laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for the brethren. But whoso had this word, hold on, but whoso had these words good, and seeth his brother have need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of God in him?
It goes back to what we're just talking about. It says, how hereby perceive we the love of God, because he laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for the brethren. The brethren. The scriptures keep telling us over and over and over again who it is that we should be dealing with. We should be dealing with the children of our people, our brothers and sisters, our brethren of the Israelites, Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom. That's who we should be dealing with and helping. But whoso hath this world's good. So in other words, you have plenty of the world. You have a good job in the world. You make plenty of money in the world. You're able to provide a good lifestyle for you and your family in this world, in Esau's kingdom. But you see your righteous brother or sister going without. They have need. But instead of you helping them, you shut up your palms. You shut up your pockets. You just decide you're not going to help. You're not going to have compassion on them. That's what he's saying. How dwelleth the love of God in him? Like, how can you say you've got the love of God dwelling in you when you're not willing to step in and help your brother or sister? All right. Let's go to Ephesians 4 and 28. This is another one, New Testament one that they love using.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 4 and verse 28. Let him that stole steal no more, but rather let him labor, working with his hands the things which is good, that he may have to give to him that needed it.
So this is talking about a person that has repented or needs to repent. Somebody that, they have that spirit of being a thief on them. They like to steal, breaking the commandments. Thou shalt not steal.
Mm.
And the Lord is saying, okay, if you stole, don't do it anymore. Repent. That's all repentance is. If you were a whoremonger, stop being a whoremonger. If you're a thief, stop being a thief. If you're a murderer, stop being a murderer. Whatever the case, whatever sin you're caught up in, repent from it and don't do it anymore. And he's saying, here's the alternative so that you don't have to steal. Go get a job. Go and get a job, which again brings me to another video I saw the other day. There's a brother on there. He's a car repo guy. And he was gonna repossess this brother's car. The brother was like, hey, man, I just got out. I ain't trying to go back, but you ain't taking my car. He was threatening the repo guy, telling him, what he's gonna do to him if he tries to take the car. And the brother's trying to tell him, like, look, man, I was in your position too. I was locked up. I've been there, man. He was trying to talk sense into him, like, man, why would you want to put yourself in the position to go back when you just got out? He's like, man, I don't care about going back. In there, I got 3 square meals a day. I got a place to lay my. And he would, like, kind of like, you one of those that, that's just comfortable in there. Okay, I see where you're coming from. Said, but honestly, bro, I was there. He told us, like, you know what? You want to know what changed me? When I got out, and I was like, you know what? I never want to go back in there. I don't want to, I like my freedom. I like being able to go wherever I want to go, whenever I want to go, and and have things. He said, but I gave up on the gang banging, the drug dealing, and the stealing and doing whatever I had to do to make it. Said, I decided I'm going to go out and get a job and get honest work. Said, and you know what, bro? That's the best thing I ever could have done. I've never been happier in my life because I no longer have to worry about the police showing up. I don't have to ever worry about going back to jail. You know, things have turned around. I said, you could do, he's trying to tell you could do the same thing. But he didn't want to hear it all. He was worried about is, no, you ain't taking my car. I don't care if I go back. So that's the difference between you and I. I don't care if I go back. So you got to remember, some of our people don't care about repenting. They don't care about this Bible. They don't care about righteousness. They're perfectly happy being a wicked, evil person, and, you know, going in and out of prison is nothing to them. But the Lord is telling, let him that stole steal no more, but rather let him labor, find a job. Like the one brother did. He decided, you know what, I'm going to go find honest work, working with his hands the thing which is good, that he may have to give to him that needed. So once he starts working, he starts doing good, and then he sees one of his righteous brothers or sisters in need, he'll be in a position to be able to help them. And that's exactly what he was trying to do. But unfortunately, again, our people lack discretion. He was trying to help the wrong person. He was trying to help somebody that didn't care about getting helped. He didn't want to hear no, he didn't want to hear no philosophical teachings. He didn't want to hear none of that mumbo jumbo. All he cared about at the moment is, you trying to take my car. I haven't paid. He knew he hadn't paid on it, but he wasn't willing to give it up. You know what I mean? So we got to keep that in mind also. Let's go to another one in the New Testament. Let's go to 1 Timothy 6. 1 Timothy chapter 6. You're going to read verses 17 through 19.
The book of First Timothy, chapter 6 and verse 17. Charge them that are rich in thy word. Hold on. Charge them that are rich in the world that they be not high-minded, nor trust in an uncertain riches, but in the living God who giveth us richly all things to enjoy. That they do good, that they be rich in good works, ready to distribute, willing to communicate, laying up in stores for themselves a good foundation against the time to come, that they may lay hold on eternal life.
All right. So again, some of these pastors are using some of these scriptures to play mind games with their congregants and make them feel like they're obligated to have to give to their congregation or give their money to the pastor, give their money to the church leader. All right. Charge them that are rich in this world that they be not high-minded. In other words, don't be prideful, nor trust in uncertain riches, because some people, their whole life is, based upon how much money they got in the bank, how many cars they have, what kind of house they live in, what kind of possessions they have. Their entire life is built on that. That's all they care about. But the Lord is telling us, even if you have money, you don't trust in that. The only thing you should be putting your trust in is in God. As it says, who giveth us richly all things to enjoy. It's the Lord that gives us these things to enjoy. Okay, there's nothing wrong with having, because the Lord is blessing you with nice things. Don't feel ashamed about it. Don't feel bad about it. Unfortunately, because of the way this world is, you got haters in the world. Of course, you get something, people are going to, in this world, people are going to be jealous. They're going to be hateful. But if the Lord is blessing you because of your good works, there's nothing to feel bad about at all. You shouldn't be ashamed, because you got to remember that was the Lord's plan for Israel to begin with. That as long as we kept his commandments, he was going to provide the things that we needed, the necessity, the things that were necessary for us to live: food, shelter, water. clothing, all those things that he provided for our people in the wilderness when he brought us up out of Egypt. And once we got into the land, the promise was, hey, if you guys keep my commandments, then I'm going to go way over and beyond the basics. I'm going to give you everything and anything you need. And beyond that, you guys are going to be so rich, so powerful. So you're not going to have a care in the world. You're even going to have servants and handmaids. I'm going to give you everything and anything you. He wanted to see us on top. He wanted to give us nice things. But the problem was he had to punish us like a parent should, because we didn't appreciate none of the basic stuff he gave to us. And even to this day, we still don't appreciate it as a people. We don't appreciate all the good the Lord did for our people. Don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge him. All right. And that's what he's reminding us about in the scriptures. Who giveth us richly all things to enjoy. The Lord gives us these things to enjoy. If you're keeping the commandments, you're doing the work of the Lord, and he's blessing you, there's nothing to be ashamed of. As he says in verse 18, that they do good, he's reminding them, okay, the Lord's blessing you because of your good works. But don't forget that you need to keep doing good. That they be rich in good works. And what are some of those good works? Ready to distribute, ready to share what you've got, willing to communicate. Don't forget to teach what you've learned, to share the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that you've got. Don't hide it. Don't be afraid to call, your brother or sister on the phone and just say, hey, how you doing? Everything all right with you? We should be willing to do those things. All right. Laying up in store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come, that they may lay hold on eternal life. All right. Some of these precepts that we're bringing out, some of these pastors like to use, they're in the scriptures, they say what they say, but some of these pastors like to isolate them to do you. And you got to be real careful about that. All right. Because some of these pastors will take stuff like 1 Timothy 6 and 17 through 19, especially when they have people of status that come into their congregations. And you're seeing it in multiple Israelite camps where they have, like maybe ex-singers, ex-rappers, ex-ball players that come into their congregations. They got money. You know what I mean? And they bring that those resources in, and they come into the truth, and they're willing to give of their time, give of their money, give of their resources to help. And sometimes they find themselves in a position where they're getting taken advantage of. All right. You got to be careful of that. And why is that? Because some of these pastors or some of these leaders or group leaders are using scriptures like this. Charge them that are rich in this world that they be not high-minded nor trusted in certain riches, but in the living God who giveth us richly all things to enjoy. That they do good, that they be rich in good works, ready to distribute. They love using this, tugging on the heartstrings of these people so that they feel, like, you know what, instead of giving this check for $100, I guess I got to give $1,000 check. Or instead of giving $1,000 check, man, I guess I better give 10,000. Let's go to the book of Acts, because this is another one that they use, especially one particular camp or group. Their leader loves using Acts 4 and 32 and Acts 5, which we're going to be going to next. Okay. Love using these scriptures to their congregation to make them feel obligated to give everything they got. All right. The book of Acts, chapter 2, you're going to read verses 44 and 45.
The book of Acts, chapter 2 and verse 44. And all the believers were together and had all things common, and sold their possessions and goods, and parted them to all men, and as every man had need.
All right. And all that believed were together and had all things common, and sold their possessions and goods and parted them to all men as every man had need. So when it says all men and every man, it should be clear now what that's talking about. All men and every man is talking about the people of Israel, the children of thy people, your brethren coming together as believers in this truth. Christ came to bring Israel back together. He was dealing with his people, just as he did in the Old Testament. All right. And they all were together. They had all things in common. They were selling their possessions and their goods. They were parting, like distributing it out as each man needed. Just like in the Old Testament, when High Holy Days came around and they killed the lamb, and every lamb to a house. One house may need more than another because maybe they have more people in the home. That's how things got distributed. As each household needed, that's what they were given. Some households will receive more than others because there may be more people in the household. And that's exactly what they were doing here. So as whatever they needed, that's what they were given. But there are some of these leaders in Israel, and like I said, there's one particular one that I hear use this and some of these other precepts and acts all the time, pushing it onto their congregation over and over and over and over again to force them to feel like that they have to give all of their possessions to this man. Let's go to Acts 4. You're going to read verse 32. Here's another one that he loves to use, that some of these men love to use.
The book of Acts, chapter 4 and verse 32. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul. Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things common.
And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart, meaning they were of one mind and one soul. Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own. So any of the things out of the possessions they had, they weren't saying, well, that's mine. No, that's mine. No, that's mine. Yeah, that's mine. They were coming together and they were sharing in responsibility. They were sharing everything. They had everything common. But is that what's really going on in some of these groups, where you have a leader bringing people onto a land, taking everything from the people that come onto the land to follow him? He's living in luxury while the people are struggling. That's not what the scriptures teach. That's not what the scriptures are saying is going on, where there's at the top that's control of everything and everything is basically his, and all the people underneath him are struggling, and he's giving crumbs, giving them peanuts. That's not what the scriptures is teaching. But because our people lack the spirit of discernment, they're not paying attention when they decide to join some of these groups and decide to all right, and change Acts 4:32. Again, and the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul. Neither said any of them that all of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things common. So some of these men are using these scriptures to dupe their people into giving them their money. And in some cases, these people are giving up all their possessions and everything they own for this truth. And then finding out later on that the man that they're following is wicked. He's a wicked, evil man. And he's robbing them. and don't care nothing about them. All right. And this is common in many of our Israelite camps and groups. All right. It's not just one, there's several. Okay. That stay in Acts and go to Acts 5. So now you're going to read Acts 5 and 1 through 11.
The book of Acts, chapter 5 and verse 1. But a certain man named Ananias with Sapphira his wife sold a possession and kept back part of the price, his wife also being privy to it, and brought a certain part and laid it at the apostles' feet. But Peter said, Ananias, why hath Satan filled thy heart to lie to the Holy Ghost and to keep back part of the price of the land? Whilst it remained, was it not thy own after it was sold? Was it not in thy own power? Why hast thou conceived this thing in thine heart? Thou hast not lied unto men, but unto God. Ananias heard these words, fell down, and gave up the ghost, and great fear came on all them that heard these things. And the young men arose, uh, wounded him up, and carried him out and buried him. And it had, and it was about the space of 3 hours after, when his wife, not knowing what was done, came in. And Peter answered unto her, Tell me whether you sold, excuse me, whether ye sold the land for so much. And she said, Yeah, for so much. Then Peter said unto her, How is it that ye have agreed together to tempt the Spirit of the Lord? Behold, the feet of them which have buried the husband are at the door, and shall carry thee out. Then fell she down straightway at his feet, and yielded up the ghost. And the young man came in and found her dead, and carried her forth, buried her by her husband. And great fear came upon all the church and upon as many as heard these things.
So, like I said, there's one particular group leader that loves using this to scare his people and to giving up their goods by using this and saying, you see, they tried to hide it and the Lord killed them. And it's like, yeah, because the apostles, they were actually righteous men. So, yeah, the Lord, they were doing things righteously. So the Lord expected for them to give righteously to the righteous. But you, sir, if I was there, I'd be like, you, sir, are not one of the apostles.
Right.
Nothing like them. Nothing like them at all. So I don't think the Lord is going to have any problem with me holding back my goods from you. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but again, our people lack the discernment to understand that some of these men play on the heartstrings. And a lot of our people, again, they're finding out the hard way after being in some of these groups for 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 years, being around some of these men, that they're finding out the hard way that these men never care nothing about them. While you're around them, it's all love, all brotherhood, shalom, my brothers in Christ, my sisters in Christ, and all of this. And then, as soon as something happens, some things go left, fall on hard times, whatever the case is, you ask too many questions. Now all of a sudden you're ostracized. All of a sudden you're out. You're wicked. You're evil. And you're seeing people's names being dragged through the mud, people's character being assassinated, all kinds of foolishness going on, so that this leader can protect his reputation so that he could keep the money flowing, can't let people, and that's, especially some of these guys, they have that, those narcissistic tendencies. Some of these men, step back and listen to how they speak and the way they carry themselves. Some of these men are some true, pure narcissists. Okay. And, they've got some kind of control hold over the people in their congregations. And the reason why is because, again, our people lack that spirit of discernment. All right. Some of these men are just taking some of these scriptures that we're just reading from the New Testament. They're isolating them and they're using them to deceive the people into giving them their money. All right. And the reason why they're getting away with it, again, they're getting away with it because a lot of the time when our people are coming into this truth, they're looking for a camp, they're looking for a group or a church to join that's going to, teach them about being an Israelite, that we are the Israelites. They're excited. They've got that itching ear, and they don't really actually take the time to vet these leaders. They don't take the time to vet these leaders. All right. The word vet that I'm saying, VETT, is short for the word vetting. Okay. Now, let's look at that word. Some of our people may not know what this word means. Let's look it up.
Right.
Close that out. Close this one. What does it mean to vet someone? All right. So vet is generally considered a misspelling of vet, which means to examine or scrutinize something carefully. All right. So this isn't, it's talking about a veterinarian. So it's not picking spelling vet with two T's is not standard in English, usually a typo or incorrect usage. All right. Let's go here and just put vetting. Vetting. Okay. So when you vet someone or vetting, I don't know why it's not picking it up because the short version of it, the VETT, is used. So I don't know why it's not picking it up. Can you see it though?
Yep.
All right. So vetting, the process of carefully and critically examining something, the process of investigating someone thoroughly, especially in order to ensure that they are suitable for a job requiring secrecy, loyalty, or trustworthiness. So when I'm saying that many of you are not vetting these men, you're not taking the time to actually get to know these men to see if they are a suitable person for you to follow you. Are they a suitable teacher? Somebody that's actually going to teach you the scriptures correctly. You're not vetting them to see if they're going to be somebody that's going to, because you're going to be going to this person secretly. You're going to be trusting them with personal information about yourself. You're going to go to them, for counsel, whether it's, individually, marriage counseling, maybe you have health conditions, health problems, and you're going to be going to this person for counsel. And you're going to be trusting this person with personal information about yourself, about your family. And unfortunately, with our people don't know how to hold a secret if their life depended on it. Esau has no problem with it. You go to Esau, you go to an attorney, and Esau's quick. It's like, oh, you got attorney-client privilege, so I can't say nothing about it. My mouth is shut. I'm not losing my license for nobody. But within our community, though, our people love gossip. You can't tell our people anything. But unfortunately, that's what you see happening in the Israelite community. Some of these brothers and sisters are a part of some of these camps and Israelite churches and groups. They're going to their leaders and sharing personal information with them because they're sincerely looking for help. They're seeking help. They need, some kind of therapy. They're like, hey, you know what? My wife and I are going through this certain situation, or they're like, you know what? I just found out I have this health problem, whatever, whatever it could be. And then later on, you see these men online sharing these people's personal information with with the whole world. You know what I mean? That's not right. The Lord doesn't like it. Okay. But that's what's happening. And it's happening because many of our people are not taking the time to vet these men before putting them up on a pedestal and, really finding out who they are and what they're about. Let's see what Merriam-Webster says. Vetted, adjective. All right. Having been subjected to evaluation or appraisal, critically reviewed and evaluated for official approval or acceptance. Because it's funny, some of these men, some of these leaders, and some of these groups, they have protocols before you join their group, before you can become a part of their camp. They've got protocols in place to vet you. Am I right?
Yeah.
Some of them, you gotta come to the camp for a while before you can come and join the congregation at the school. So, they got to show up to the camp. We're not just going to let you through the door. Sometimes you see some of the camps out there where they got the wives and the kids out there hanging out at the camp, while the men are holding camp. They have a vetting process. You have to do this for a certain amount of time as we vet you, as we get to know you. As we review you, we evaluate you to see how sincere you are about this. Are you a good fit for our group? Are you, in other words, are you going to come in and sit down, shut your mouth, and do anything and everything we tell you to do? In some cases, that's what they're doing. All right. They're critically reviewing you and evaluating you to see if you could be approved to be accepted into their group. While at the same time, the exact same thing needs to be happening on your part. You need to be vetting them. But what happens is our people, it's almost like going to a car dealership. The dealership has all the power because he's the one that sees your credit score. He's the one that knows how much you make and knows how much exactly the bank is going to approve you for. Now he can manipulate things, get more out, get as much as he wants out of the deal as they can. Because they hold all the cards. They're vetting you. You're not vetting them. You got to put it on an even playing field. You got to even it out. You need to do your homework on them first. You got to do your homework on the dealership. Do your homework on the car you want. Do your homework on the type of financing you want to get with the best interest rate, with as little money down as you can. Whatever the case is, you need to do your own research too. You got to do your own evaluating, but a lot of the times our people don't do it. And the same thing when you go into these groups. While they're vetting you, you need to be vetting them. You need to be evaluating them. What kind of people are they? What kind of leader are they? How do they carry themselves? How do they treat the people? Do they come across as money hungry? Or do they cross as somebody that's very covetous? You gotta do these evaluations. Also, like I said, they're evaluating you. You need to be evaluating them. So that's the reason why many of these men get away with the things they're getting away with. All right. Let's go to, well, let me stop this real quick. Let's go back to here. And where are we at? We're at Psalms, right?
Acts.
Or Acts. Let's go to Psalms 140. We're going to read verses 1 through 2.
The book of Psalms, chapter 140 and verse 1. Deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man. Preserve me from the violent man, which imagine mischief in their heart. Continually are they gathered together for war.
All right. So what happens, many of our people, when they're joining these groups, these churches, they're entering into friendships or relationships, they're not paying attention to the red flags that are like right there in front of your face. When it comes to dealing with a lot of these people, a lot of these men that are leading these organizations. All right. The scripture is saying, deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man. Preserve me from the violent man. Some of you are going into these groups and not realize that some of these men are very wicked and evil. Some of them are very violent, whether it's verbally abusive, and in some cases they're physically abusive. You're hearing the stories about brothers and sisters in some of these groups getting beat on and beat up and jumped and all kinds of crazy stuff going on in some of these camps. Actual fist fights, happening, when the scriptures clearly teaches us that we're not supposed to be engaging in this kind of stuff. All right, is that what, Leviticus 21? Give me a second. I believe it's Leviticus 21. Is that 12 and 14? Hold on. Give me a second. It's not Leviticus 21. My mind is going blank all of a sudden. Do you remember where those are at? Where it's talking about we're not supposed to be striking. We bring those out all the time. Now I can't even get it out.
No.
Or is it Exodus 21? Yeah, it's Exodus 21. I'm thinking Leviticus. Yeah, here we go. Exodus 21 and 12.
21:12. The book of Exodus, chapter 21 and verse 12. He that smiteth a man so that he die shall be surely put to death.
All right. So you read the scriptures. There are scriptures in place that tells us we're not supposed to be laying our hands on people. All right. Jump to verse 14.
Verse 14. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar that he may die.
All right. So we've got to remember that the Lord has in place laws that we're not supposed to be striving against each other. We're not supposed to be fighting one another, putting our hands on one another, whether it's with our fists or with any kind of weapon. What about, let's go to verse 18.
Verse 18. And if men strive together and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keep at his bed, if he rises, if he rises again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be quit. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed.
All right, so thoroughly healed. So the scriptures clearly tells us that we're not supposed to be physically fighting one another. That's why when you hear about this stuff going on, you got to scratch your head and wonder, like, wait a minute, what scriptures are these people reading? That's how you know that some of these, not everybody that's coming to this truth are sincere about following the laws, commandments of God, because you're hearing about some of our brothers laying hands on people in their own congregations, getting beat down. It's crazy. And that still isn't a red flag to some of our people, that you just might want to think twice about what group you're joining or what camp you're getting involved in when you're hearing about people getting beat up, getting hands put on them for stupid things because, you had a disagreement or you had an argument or, something, went left. And a person's first instinct is to want to beat somebody up, to have that kind of anger, that kind of hatred and wickedness, to that murderous spirit within you, that you got to lay hands on your brother. That tells you you're in the midst of, of wicked people. That's a red flag. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. When it says, deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man, preserve me from the violent man. The thing is, stuff like this will happen in the midst of the congregation. Our people will turn a blind eye to it and they'll keep on congregating, going on to get along. Keep their mouths shut, keep their heads down, because they don't want it to happen to them, but they're not going to walk away. That's being cowardly. That's being stupid. Because just because it happened to them, it hasn't happened to you. Because that's our people's thought. Well, it sucks to be him. Sucks to be them. It ain't me. But you just never know. You never know when your time will come. You never know when it will happen to you. You never know when the leader or whoever is running, the group just might, have that wickedness and evil, have that devil jump on them and decide that they want to put hands on you. You don't know. Why would you put yourself, your family, your wife, your kids? Why would you want to put them in that kind of position? It doesn't make sense to me. All because people want to be a part of a group, be a part of something. You know what I mean? I don't want to be around that kind of stuff. You hear about people getting beat down and, in a congregation, in a church group. I'm not having nothing to do with that. Nothing at all. What were you fighting about? Fighting each other. We're supposed to be brothers and sisters. That's just me. I don't like to be, I feel uncomfortable when I'm around people that don't know how to control their anger, don't know how to control their temper, don't know how to control their emotions. I don't like to be around people like that. It makes me, I'm talking about myself, it makes me feel uncomfortable. And I can sense it. I don't know why. I've just always had that ability, can sense that kind of wickedness and evil in people when they're around me. That's why you got to vet these people. You got to be around them. You got to see, how do they treat other people? I surely watch, like, okay, I see how you treat them. So if you treat them that way, I'm sure at some point you would treat me the same. I don't need to be around you. But the majority of our people, well, it sucks to be them. He may be treating him like that, but I'm good. He's cool with me. We cool. Yeah, cool for now. Until they run out of people to bully, run out of people to beat on, run out of people to chastise, and next they're going to be looking for a new fall guy, and you're going to be next. Just a matter of time. I don't want to be around there to be the next one. I'm sorry. All right, let's go to the book of Proverbs. We're going to go to chapter 6. You're going to read verses 12 through 19.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and verse 12. A naughty person, a wicked man, walketh with a forward mouth. He winketh with his eyes, he speaketh with his feet, he teacheth with his fingers. Forwardness is in his heart, he deceiveth mischief
He
continually.
devised, he devised mischief.
He deviseth mischief continually, he showeth discourse. Therefore shall his calamity come suddenly, suddenly shall he be broken without remedy. These 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift to running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that showeth discord among brethren.
And he that soweth discord among brethren. The scriptures teach you how to spot the red flags, because when you are joining some of these groups, the red flags are everywhere. They're right in front of your face. The problem is our people are blinded to them, or they choose to ignore them, because that's how our people have been brought up here in America. You know, just keep your head down, go along to get along, keep your mouth shut. You know, don't point out any hypocrisies, don't point out any problems, any issues. And next thing you know, people are being mistreated. And these are some of the red flags you should be looking for. The scriptures clearly give us the description of what a wicked man is. Tells us what to look for in an evil person. It's very clear. Even calls them naughty. All right. Remember, we just read Psalms 140 and 1. It says, deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man. Preserve me from the violent man. We all should be asking that. And the Lord said, okay, you want me to deliver you from the evil man? You want me to preserve you from the violent man? I'm going to teach you how to stay away from him. I'll give you the red flags to look for. Here you go. This is what they are. A naughty person. A wicked man walking with a froward mouth. He's telling us, he's helping us, he's letting us know this is what to look for. This is a red flag. Listen to what these men speak. Listen to words that come out of their mouths. How do they talk to people? He winketh with his eyes. Yeah, when he's talking to you, is he looking over at the, his brother across the room, winking with his eye, like, yeah, we'll let him think that this is what he's going to get, but he got something else coming to him. Are you watching for those little subtle clues when you're dealing with this person? Are they making eye contact with you when they speak to you? Or they can't look you in the eye? They're looking around, looking away, because they really don't have much respect for you. He speaketh with his feet. He teacheth with his fingers. Watch their body motions when they speak to you, when they're around you. These are red flags. Frowardness is in his heart. He deviseth mischief continually. Think about that. Is there always drama going on within the midst of this group? Think about that. Think about certain Israelite camps, certain Israelite groups, where there always seems to be some kind of drama going on. People constantly leaving the group and putting videos up and saying, you know what, this is what happened to me when I was a part of such and such a group. They treated me like this. I got treated like that. They did this to me. They did that. Everybody can't be lying. You know what I mean? And again, that's where discernment comes in. You got to be able to discern, okay, is this person telling the truth that they really go through this, or are they just disgruntled because they left because they were caught in some kind of sin and got booted out? Like, what's really going on? That's why you got to listen to both sides of the story. You got to, really do a diligent search for the truth, not just listening to one side, weighing everything in the balance. That's what we're supposed to do. But at the same time, again, not everybody leaving some of these camps or leaving these groups are lying. There's something very wicked and evil going on in the midst of several of these Israelite camps. All right. And while all this wickedness and evil is going on, they're asking you for money and taking your money. And some of these leaders are living lavishly off of the people's money because you've been made to feel like you've been duped to feel like you're obligated to give your hard-earned money to some of these wicked, evil people. Verse 14, frowardness is in his heart. He deviseth mischief continually. He soweth discord. Think about that. You're around a leader and they talk bad about this person. They talk bad about that person. They go to this person and secretly, behind the other person's back, they're, hey, what so-and-so told me this about you. Yeah, he was saying this about you. And then they go to the other person like, yeah, I'm just talking to so-and-so yesterday. It's telling me that then now you've got them at odds with each other, sowing discord. Now they're at odds. Hey, then not until they come together at some point, like, hey, what? So-and-so told me you said, well, he told me you said this. Like, wait a minute, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that either.
Right.
Are you sure? Like, yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. That's not what I said. This is what I said. You have people like that. Even in the hood, you always had people, amongst our people that, men amongst our people that like sowing discord. Like they love causing drama, starting drama. That's the new term for it, I guess. Some of these men cannot live without some kind of drama going on. That's another red flag. The Lord says in verse 15, therefore shall his calamity come suddenly. Suddenly shall he be broken without remedy. And in some cases, it catches up to some of these men. That's why you see in some of these cases, some of these men, you start hearing about them, within their camps, falling on hard times, or things start happening to them. Bad things start happening to them. All right. Verse 16 goes on to say, these six things doth the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look. When you see a person, we're going to go through some of these. You got to pay attention to the countenance, pay attention to their facial expressions. Do they have a proud look? Because that's another red flag. A lying tongue. Can you really trust the words that come out of this person's mouth? Do they say one thing and it's always they say one thing, but they end up doing something completely opposite, something different? You gotta ask yourself that. Do you constantly catch this person lying? All right. And hands that shed innocent blood. Are they one of those people that we were just talking about that cannot control their emotions? That as soon as somebody says something that makes them irritated or they don't like, they're quick to want to argue. The argument escalates, and then they're quick to want to put hands on somebody. And in some cases, even take it further, that they have so much hatred that if they had the opportunity, they'd want to take that person's life. Do they talk about that kind of stuff openly? That, man, if I had that fool, I'd take him out somewhere and I'd do this to him and do. You got to listen to the kind of stuff that come out of people's mouths. and heart that deviseth wicked imaginations. You got to, again, what kind of stuff do they talk about? Do they talk about secretly wanting to hurt people, beat people up, showing any kind of hatred towards people? Feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speak lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. The Lord says he hates these things. And these are all red flags that you should be looking for. When you are joining a group and you're vetting the group, you should be looking at all of their leaders and vetting the leadership. Are they a naughty person? Are they a wicked man? Are they walking with a froward mouth? Do they have that wink in their eye? Are they speaking with do they teach with their fingers? Do they have frowardness in their heart? Do they devise mischief? Are they somebody that likes to sow discord? Do they have that proud look? Are they always lying? Do they like shedding innocent blood? These are all red flags that you should be looking for. The scriptures don't have this in here just to have it in here. It's there for a reason. All right, let's go to Proverbs 21 and 29.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 21 and verse 29. A wicked man hardeneth his face, but as for the upright, he directed his ways.
And you've heard us bring this scripture out several times. A wicked man hardeneth his face. That's a red flag. When you're around somebody, do they always have that wicked, evil look on their face where they're just like, that's the consonants. We're going to get to that in a second. A person's facial expressions. Are they always hardening their face where they're always just like, and there are certain leaders in Israel, every time you see a picture of them, they always looking in the picture trying to look like, trying to show that hard face, that serious, hard look. Forgetting that the scriptures are warning us about these kind of men, but unfortunately, some of our people don't study, don't read the scriptures, and without vetting these men, just because some of these men can memorize a bunch of scriptures, they go flock into them in droves, believing and hanging on every word that they speak, and not knowing that a lot of the doctrine that these men are teaching is bad doctrine, bad teachings. But when you see the pictures, you see the images of this person always standing there with that look, it says a lot about a person. And that's not me saying it, that's the scriptures talking, letting you know that you might be dealing with a wicked person. Because the scripture says a wicked man hardeneth his face. And that's what it means to harden your face. But again, our people love to ignore what the scriptures say. And the next thing you know, they find themselves in a position to where they joined a group and they're being taken advantage of. Being, again, made to feel like you have to give. You have to give your money. You got to be giving your time and volunteering your time. You got to be doing the work. In a lot of cases, you're not working for the Lord. You're working for the leader of that group. That's what you're working for. You're working for him to have his nice mansion. You're working for him to have his nice cars. You're working for him to be able to put his kids in nice private schools. No different than dealing with Creflo Dollar. Let's go to Sirach 19 and 26 through 30.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 19 and verse 26. There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly he is full of deceit, casting down his countenance and making as if he heareth not, where he is not known, he will do thee a mischief before thou be aware. And if for want of power he be hindered from sinning, yet when he findeth an opportunity, he will do evil. A man may be known by his look, and one that hath understanding by his countenance. When thou meetest him, a man's attire and excessive laughter and gait show what he is.
So, in other words, when you're vetting these men, which you should be doing if you're going to join one of these groups, you should be looking for the red flags. There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly he is full of deceit. There is one particular leader in Israel that was notorious for doing this. Him and his camp and his group constantly was getting caught with their hands in the cookie jar, doing all kinds of foolishness and getting involved in the midst of foolishness. And every time he'd get caught, he'd hang his head down. Come on, Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, you know, Israel, you know, it's an act. It's an act. Act like they repent, pretend to repent, put on a show, and then you could even just read the comments online of people, oh man, why you got bothering this brother? He repented. Who are you to say that, he's this or he's doing that? Or like, you know what? I know because the scriptures tell me what to look for. I'm not falling for it. I'm not Boo Boo the Fool, because I've seen him do it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again over the years. His camp gets caught doing something stupid and come online, hang his head down, act all sad and somber, and then just go out there and do the same old stuff, dumb stuff over and over and over again. There's a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly he is full of deceit. That should be a red flag. When you see a leader constantly doing this over and over and over, pulling this act religiously over and over again, that should be a red flag. You know what? I ain't having nothing to do with you. But again, our people don't study. They don't apply the scriptures. And therefore, they end up finding themselves in the midst of a congregation or body of people that is absolutely no good. As it says, casting down his countenance and making as if he heard not. Where he is not known, he will do thee a mischief before thou be aware. And that's exactly the kind of person this person is. Listen to the words they speak. Listen to how they conduct themselves. One of the main camps that you would hear about all the time about fights going on, they had a one-on-one, like you're still out on the streets, camp banging, bringing thug life into the Israelite community is what some of these guys are doing. And as it says, and if for want of power he be hindered from sinning, yet when he findeth opportunity, he will do evil. Yeah, behind the scenes, because he wants that power and prestige when he's out here in the open. And you're hearing this about multiple leaders in Israel. You're hearing people say, man, that people you see on camera, that's not the same man you deal with behind the scenes. It's two different people. In front of everybody on YouTube and in front of the congregation, they're humble, heads low, teaching the scriptures. Hear a lot of the Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shais, Khan. but behind the scenes, they're a raving lunatic, mad, crazy person that cannot control their emotions, love to lay hands on people, threaten people. And some of them do it even openly, subtly. You know what I mean? If you listen to the things they say, some of them do it openly. It, make open threats to others or at others. I've heard that. I've seen it. A man may be known by his look. This is verse 29. And one that hath understanding by his countenance when thou meetest him. So the way a person looks and a man's countenance says a lot about them. Their facial expressions is what it's talking about. Their body language says a lot. That's a red flag that you need to be watching for, because a lot of these things are used to bully people into submission, to where now they make you feel obligated to give up your money. So you may be wondering, like, what all these precepts got to do? It has everything to do. Give to the godly man and help not a sinner. Because you are giving your time. It's not just monetarily. Some are giving a lot of their money. Some are giving up a lot of their time, their love, their effort to these men in these groups. It doesn't always have to do with money. It's helping in any manner. And you're getting taken advantage of because you're trying to help a wicked, evil, sinful man. A man may be known by his look, and one that hath understanding by his countenance when thou meetest him. A man's attire and excessive laughter and gait show what he is. And you still see some of these brothers walking around trying to get dressed like gangsters. Some of them are still sagging their pants. They still got that gangster walk, that gangster lean, that gangster stance, the way they carry themselves. Watch some of the music videos some of these guys are putting out, and you see all the, all the motions and the fingers and the hands, and tells you a lot. Tells you a lot.
Right.
But our people will ignore the red flags that are right there in front of them. And then years later down the line, they're one of these people putting a video out saying, man, if I had known, I gave a lot of my money to the, to the body. I gave a lot. I gave a lot of my time. I was always out there. I was never late. I was the first one, always volunteering. You hear it over and over and over again from people that are leaving these camps and putting out their videos. And why are people finding themselves in this situation? Because while they're being vetted to get into the camp, they're not vetting the people that are actually making the decision to let them in. Because you also have a choice. Okay, you're letting me in. You know what? Thank you. I appreciate it. But at the same time, no thanks, though. They'll be looking at you stunned like, what? Well, we're letting you in. No, I know, I appreciate it, but you know what? No thanks, though. Thank you, but no thank you. And they're going to be like, man, what happened? Oh, we let him in, and he just suddenly decided, like, well, at the same time, you were vetting me, I was vetting you too, and this is just not a good fit for me. I'm sorry. Let's go to Sirach 29. You're going to read verses 14 through 20.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 29 and verse 14. An honest man is certity for his neighbor. An honest man is certity for his neighbor, but he that is impudent will forsake him. Forget not the friendship of thy surety, for he had given his life for thee. A sinner will overthrow the good estate of his surety, and he that is of an unthankful mind will leave him in danger, will leave him in danger that delivereth him. Suretship hath undone many of good estates, and shaken them as a wave of the sea. Mighty men had it driven from their houses, so that they wander among strange nations. A wicked man transgressing the commandments of the Lord shall fall into suretship, and he that understandeth and followeth other man's business for gain shall fall into his suits. Help thy neighbor according to thy power, and beware that thou thyself fall not into the same.
All right. So basically, when it comes to a suretyship or surety, that's somebody that takes responsibility for the debt of another person or another person's obligations, their accountability or what have, like a bondsman. Okay. Um, when people go to get arrested, they go to jail, they may have a family member, somebody go to the bondsman, and what the bondsman is doing is putting up the money, taking responsibility that this person is going to show up in court. Okay. So that's what that is, taking accountability, like a moral duty in a way that you're going to be there. So, as it says, an honest man is a surety for his neighbor, but he that is impudent will forsake him. Okay, so if you're around honest people, they're going to want to take some kind of responsibility for, especially if they're a leader in their teaching other people. They should be willing to take the responsibility, okay, that whatever you do is a reflection on me in my teachings, in my organization, and what we stand for. But you don't see that in a lot of these organizations, that as soon as one of their members go left and go do something stupid, they're quick to try and, you know, distance themselves from them. Like, oh no, he wasn't a part. No, we wasn't dealing with him no more. No, he wasn't part. No, he had nothing to do with us. No, not at all. It's like they want to take credit for all the good reports that come out, but when the bad ones come out, they want to separate themselves. That, you know, they had nothing to do with how this person turned out as an Israelite, when in reality they were under your tutelage. It's like me when I was teaching as a martial arts instructor. If my student went to a tournament and got beat down, that was on me. That was on, that was a reflection of my teaching, whether my teachings were good or whether my teachings were bad, whether I was giving my student the tools they needed in order to go into this fight and be able to handle themselves and come out victorious. That's a direct reflection upon the instructor. But if I gave them the proper tools, I never had to worry about how my students were going to do when they went and competed, because I knew they were going to be just fine. Okay, so that's the same thing in this truth. You are a direct reflection of your teacher. Is your teacher giving you the tools that you need in order to be what I would like to call a good Israelite, a righteous Israelite, an Israelite that's sincere and actually keeping the commandments of the Lord, doing those things that need to be done? Or is it the opposite, where they're not giving you the proper tools to teach you how to actually really repent from your sins? Because that's what you see going on in a lot of these camps, that a lot of these leaders are not really taking on the responsibility of actually teaching their members repentance. You hardly ever even hear the word repent come out of their mouths. Repentance is almost never talked about in some of these organizations. Some, that's all that's talked about, are the commandments and repentance. All right. But there are some, you never hear those words come out of their mouths. Never hear the leaders talk about it. All right. So I'm going to jump down to verse 19 real quick. A wicked man transgressing the commandments of the Lord shall fall into suretyship. And he that undertaketh and followeth other men's business for gain shall fall into suits. Because you see that going on within the Israelite community also. Our people love copying off each other. You hear about one person starting a business, their business is doing good, and now you got to go start a business. Somebody else, you know, that spirit of envy and jealousy jumps on our people. They started a t-shirt business. I got to get one too. Oh, they're selling hats now. I got to sell hats too. Oh man, they're doing music. Oh, I got to get into the music too. Oh man, they're wearing such and such kind of garments. Oh, I need to get some better garments for my people too. We got to get better garments. We got to have our garments looking better than theirs. This is the foolishness going on in the midst of the Israelite community. And it all comes back to what? Covetousness, people being envious and jealous of each other. Verse 20 says, help thy neighbor according to thy power, and beware that thou thyself fall not into the same. So when you help people, your neighbor, again, you notice it's talking about your neighbor, because that's what this whole book is talking about, is dealing with the children of our people, the people of our nation. It's telling us that when you help, do it according to your power, your ability to give. If you know that you only have the ability to give $50, they're asking for 300, but you only can give 50. You got to be honest about it. You know what, man, I understand your situation, but I only can give you 50. You know, maybe ask a few more people, maybe they could give a little bit, and, you know, until you get that full amount that you need. But, you know, this is all I can give, is all I have the ability to give, man. I'm sorry. And they either take that or they don't. But you don't go and put yourself out there in a situation to where now you're in just as great a debt as them because you overextended yourself trying to help them. You just got paid. You know what I mean? This is just a low number. I'm just throwing a number out there. Say you just got paid $500, you know, on Friday. You have a brother in the truth that's like, you know what, man? You know, I gotta pay pay this bill. You know, it's $350. If I don't pay it, you know, they're gonna shut off my lights, they're gonna shut off my gas, whatever the case may be. And you know you got your own bills to pay. But because you have some obligation, maybe they're making you feel bad. Oh man, you know I've been there. You know I'm good for it. Whatever the case is, whatever they say to you to make you feel bad, to tug at your heartstrings, and you're like, all right, man, you need 350. All right. And you give it up. Now you have no money to help yourself. That's just stupidity. That's stupid. That's what the Lord is telling us. That's just dumb. Just like We mentioned at the beginning of the lesson, you have some of these camps that, they throw some, some very lavish Passovers and feasts and things like that. And you really can't be paying thousands of dollars to fly you, your wife, and your 4 or 5 kids across the country to go to the Passover. That means that you're not going to be able to pay your mortgage for the month. You're not going to be able to make your car payments for the month. You're not going to be able to pay your light bill, gas bill, whatever other bills for the month. But just because you feel like you're obligated to have to go, you put yourself in a situation to where you spend that money to go. You buy the garments, knowing you don't really have the money to be spending on the garments. But you do it anyway. Why do our people do it? Because they lack that spirit of discernment. They lack discretion. And the thing is, many of these men in these groups, they know that. And they count on it. They don't care. They count on you not paying your bills for the month. They don't care for you to show up to their events. As long as you better show up, because they need that money. And it's becoming more apparent as time is going on that this is going on in many, many, many camps in Israel. Keep that in mind, seriously. Help thy neighbor according to thy power, and beware that thou thyself fall not into the same. Don't put yourself in a position to where you're trying to help somebody else and you put you and your family in a position to where now you're struggling. The Lord tells us not to do that. But if you listen to these Christian pastors and even some of these men in the Israelite community, that's exactly what they're asking you to do. Some cases, they're telling you to do it. And that goes against what the scriptures are telling us and what the scriptures teach. All right? Keep that in mind. Let's go back to Psalms. You're going to go to chapter 10 and read verses 2 through 11. Oops, chapter 10.
The book of Psalms, chapter 10 and verse 2. The wicked in his pride doth persecute the poor. Let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined. For the wicked boasted of his heart's desire, and blessed the covetous whom the Lord abhorred. The wicked, through the pride of his countenance, will not seek after God. God is not in all his thoughts. His ways are always grievous. Thy judgments are far above out of his sight. As for all his enemies, he puffeth at them. He has said in his heart, I shall not be moved, for I shall never be in adversity. His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud. Under his tongue is mischief and vanity. He sitteth in the lurking place of the village. In the secret places doth he murder the innocent. His eyes are privily set against the poor. He lieth in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lieth in wait to catch the poor. He doth catch the poor when he drieth him into his net. He croucheth and humbleth himself, that the poor may fall by his strong ones. He has said in his heart, God had forgotten. He hid his face, he will never see it.
So he's saying he had said in his heart, God hath forgotten. He hideth his face, he will never see it. Some of these men really think that the Lord is not going to see the wickedness and the evil that they do. Some of these men don't really believe in the Bible. They don't really believe in God. They don't really believe in Christ. They don't really believe that they're going to be punished for the wickedness that they're doing. But again, all these things that are being listed are red flags. And they're put here for you to open your eyes and vet these men so that you don't find yourself in a position to where you're getting used and abused by your leader or leaders, and suddenly one day find yourself on the outs as you're seeing happening. And it's a serious thing. You're seeing some of these people, especially one particular group, going on the land, giving up everything they have, their homes, their cars, their belongings, everything, coming handing their paychecks to the leader, their entire paychecks for him to give them peanuts, and doing this for years and years and years, and suddenly finding themselves either having to leave the land or getting kicked off the land, having to go back to, relatives that they had cut off because they got nowhere to go. They got no money. They got nothing. Getting kicked off the land and everything you had is taken from you. That's a problem. And nobody in the Israelite community is not saying, none of these other leaders are standing up and saying nothing about it. Nothing. Why is that? Ask yourself. Why is it so many people coming out, speaking out against some of these groups, but some of the other group leaders are not saying anything about it at all? Why is that? Either they're doing the same thing and they got a lot to hide themselves, so they're not going to say anything. They're not going to point the finger over there because they don't want nobody looking under the stones that they have. That's part of it. They don't want people going in and researching and searching out the things that's going on within their group. So they just sit back. I ain't saying nothing about it. It's got nothing to do with me. But that's not what the scriptures teach. Don't the scriptures tell us that if we see sin, we're supposed to tell? We're supposed to say something? We're supposed to speak out? Again, more red flags for you to look for when you are wanting to join one of these groups. Let's go to Sirach. Chapter 12, you're going to read verses 16 through 18.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12 and verse 16. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he imagineth how to throw thee into a pit. He will weep with his eyes, but if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. If adversary comes upon thee, thou shalt find him there first, and through the pretend to help thee, yet shall
to help thee.
And though he pretend to help thee, yet shall he undermine thee. He will shake his head and clap his hands and whisper much and change his countenance.
Can you hear me?
Say it again. I finished up to 18.
It had completely froze out. That's all.
Where did I?
It stopped, I believe, partway to verse 17.
Let me read verse 17 again then. If adversary comes upon thee, thou shalt find him there first. And though he pretended to help thee, yet shall he understand undermine thee. He will shake his head and clap his hands and whisper much and change his countenance.
And change his consonants. Again, the Lord has given us the red flags to look for when it comes to vetting these men. You think the Lord is going to bring us into this truth without giving us a way to know whether or not the people that we're following are actually good leaders or not? He's given you what to look for. The problem is our people are not paying attention to it. Our people love to be lied to. Our people just love to be used and abused. And a lot of these men count on it. And again, that's why you see so much of this going on. All right. Let's go to Sirach 13 and 25 through 26.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 13 and verse 25. The heart of a man changes his countenance, where it be for good or evil, and a merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance. A cheerful countenance is a token of a heart that is in prosperity, and the finding out of parables is a wearisome labor of the mind.
So you notice a lot of these are talking about the countenance of a man, your facial expressions. Remember, a wicked man hardeneth his face, giving you all the clues to look for when it comes to dealing with people and how you can discern whether or not this person is a righteous man or righteous woman, or a wicked man or a wicked woman. It's giving you the clues to look for. All right. Let's go stay in Sirach. Let's go to 37 and 17 through 18.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 37 and verse 17. The countenance is a sign of changing of the heart. For manner of things appear good and evil, life and death, but the tongue ruleth over them continually.
That's why when you talk to people, you got to watch their facial expressions, watch their mannerism, because that tells you a lot about what's going through their mind. The scriptures teaches us this. The scriptures are teaching you how to do it, what to do, and how to do it, how to vet these people. All right. The countenance is a sign of changing of the heart. You can't hide it. When you know what to look for in a person, when they're speaking to you, they can't hide their feelings. They can't hide what they're thinking. As it tells us, four manner of things appear. When somebody's countenance change, meaning their facial expressions, that lets you know that there are thoughts running through their mind. And the Bible tells us there's four things that appear: good and evil, life and death. It's plain and simple. And that will let you know, are you in the company of somebody that's wicked and evil, or are you in the company of somebody that really has your best interest at heart? All right. And don't get it wrong, though. There are some of those people out there that you can look in their face and they could, bold-faced liars, that they could lie to you without batting an eyelash. Their facial expressions don't change, and you can't tell what they're thinking. All right, those are the best ones. Those are the best liars. Those are the best con men that have, they've mastered the game, where, they don't give nothing up. All right. All right. So again, many of our people are finding themselves in trouble because they ignore all these red flags that we've been going over in the scriptures. They ignore it. And also, they're not taking the time to vet people before they're putting their trust into them. You're just going out, giving up your money, giving up your time. You know what I mean? And time is more valuable than any amount of cash. They're giving their physical labor. In some cases, even putting their health in jeopardy by, constantly going out, doing the work and things like that for this group or this leader. All right. Um, Another word that the scripture uses in place of betting is the word proving. And you want to keep that in mind too, because the word proving basically means just about the same thing. And the scriptures tells us to prove somebody before putting our trust in them. The scriptures tells us that. All right. But unfortunately, a lot of our people don't listen to the scriptures. Let's go to Sirach 6 and 7. Let's just go ahead and read it real quick.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 6 and verse 7. If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him.
If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him. Vet them, prove them. Make sure that they're the kind of person or people that you want around you. Make sure that they're the kind of person or people that you can safely have within your orbit or within your person sphere, I guess you could say. Do you really want this person around you in your life? Because you're putting, you're going to have to put some trust in this person that they're not going to do anything to hurt you. And that's what I was going to say earlier, that it's funny that a lot of these groups, they have steps to marriage. When it comes to weddings and finding a marriage partner, they're quick to tell their congregants that, hey, you know what? That's why the scriptures say, prove a friend. You didn't take the time. You guys don't take the time to prove this wife or prove this husband, prove that man or that woman. You just dive head first in. But when it comes to you joining their group, they don't give you that same advice. It's kind of funny. They vet you, they prove you, but they don't tell you and give you the opportunity to do the exact same that they would tell you to do when you come to them and say, hey, you know what, the sister over there, I would like to prove her. And they will tell you, like, you know what, brother, take your time, prove her first, prove a friend, take about a year to prove her first. And then, take it, to the next step after that. The betrothal, take some time during the betrothal, get to know her some more, take your time. But you notice they never give that same sentiment when it comes to you joining their group. They're not sitting you down and say, come on, brother, take your time, get to know us, see if this is where you really want to be. Make sure this is, what you really want. Make sure that what we're teaching actually aligns with what the scriptures are teaching. They don't do that. They don't do that. All right. So if thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him. What does that word hasty mean? Hold on. Let's look that one up. Hasty. Share screen. Uh-oh. All right, let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
All right, hasty. Done or acting with excessive speed or urgency. Hurried. That's what happens. Quick, hurry, fast, swift, rapid, speedy, brisk. Acting with excessive speed or insufficient consideration. Insufficient consideration. So when it comes to, and it's not just right now, we're kind of focused on dealing with your Israelite camp or group, but that also goes when it comes to meeting strangers too, because a lot of our people just, you see that all the time. You just be, people just get introduced to somebody and all of a sudden they're acting like this person's their best friend, like they've known each other for years, hanging out, kicking it, especially amongst, people that are out there on the streets. All right. Oh, they may have a cigarette. You see the person say, hey, you got a cigarette I can? And now they're sitting there smoking together and they're just talking and hanging out, kicking it like they're best friends. Or it could be smoking weed. Just because, they're sharing a little bit of the drug with them. Now all of a sudden they think that's their best friend all of a sudden, know nothing about them. And then next thing you know, they're in some kind of trouble because this person has turned their back on them in some way. Something's happened. All right. You see these things play out all the time. Okay. Let's see what Merriam-Webster has to say. Hasty. So hasty, hastier, hastiest, done or made in a hurry, fast and typically superficial, rapid in action or movement, speedy. Here we go. This is a good one. Number 2, acting too quickly, overly eager, or impatient. That really describes our people. Our people act too quickly, our people are overly eager, and our people are impatient. Exhibiting a lack of careful thought or consideration. There you go, is another good one. Our people constantly exhibit a lack of careful thought or consideration. And here's another one, prone to anger, irritable. All right. A lot of these, they really describe our people. But again, our people have been made to believe that you should be helping anybody and everybody that comes along. Without question, they come along, they need help. It's your obligation to help them. Okay. But that's not what the scriptures actually teach, because in reality, if you don't know this person, you don't know what they're capable of doing. You have no clue, none at all. All right. Um, you hear all the time about situations where people will go to help somebody, and next thing you know, they're finding themselves in a situation where they're being robbed, they're being carjacked, they're being person pulling out a knife or a gun just from trying to be nice and help somebody. All right, here, let me see. Hold on, what happened? All right, here we go. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this just happened a couple of days ago here in Sacramento. I don't really want to play the video. Let me see. I'll just read it. Can you see it? The story.
Yes.
All right. So this is a story that just happened a couple of days ago. Sacramento man carjacked at gunpoint after offering ride. Victim's car and belongings held as evidence after high-speed chase ends in fatal police shooting. All right. So a Sacramento County man says he was carjacked at gunpoint after offering a ride to a stranger, leading to a high-speed chase and fatal police shooting. The victim, Alexander Opdyke, says he was sitting in his car when a man approached and asked for a ride to get gas. Opdyke offered to help, but the man then pulled a gun and demanded Opdyke's car. Opdyke complied, and the suspect, identified as Tyler Gress, took off in Opdyke's vehicle, threatening to kill Opdyke and any officers who responded. So this is what Christianity has taught people. Somebody comes up to you, they're in need, help every man that comes to you and needs help. Because now you're doing the work of Jesus. And trying to do the work of Jesus, got a gun pulled on him and his car jacked. That's being stupid. According to the scriptures, that's being stupid and dumb. Why would you put a stranger in your car? They run out of gas. You in reality, if you pull money out and grab some cash out your wallet, gonna rob you for the cash in your wallet. So there's it's a no-win situation, except no, I can't help you, get in your car and leave. That's simple. And Lord's will, they just let you get in the car and go without any incident. But why it matters, this incident highlights the risks that Good Samaritans can face when trying to help strangers, as well as the potential for escalating violence during carjackings. It also raises questions about police response and use of force in high-speed pursuits. The details. Opdyke says the man and a woman got into his car, but the man soon began yelling at the woman. When Opdyke pulled over, the man pulled a gun and demanded the car. Opdyke got out, and the man fired a shot near Opdyke's head before driving off. Deputies later located the stolen car with only Gress inside. Gress led them on a high-speed chase and pointed a gun at deputies, who then shot and killed him. Early Tuesday morning, Opdyke was sitting in his car in a Safeway parking lot in Citrus Light, so they just go to give another little synopsis of what happened. All right. So, again, this is what Christianity has taught people. Somebody comes to help you, help any man, help every man. All right, here's another one. Hold on. But this is why the scriptures are teaching us not to trust anybody and everybody that comes along. All right, here's another one. Says she tried to help strangers who abducted and robbed her. Then police tracked their getaway car. So this happened in September of 2025. So it wasn't that long ago. Says a woman trying to help strangers at a Walmart store in Culpeper, Virginia, ended up the victim of a violent abduction and robbery. Oh man, come on. Can you see this?
Yes.
It's irritating when you do that, when you got to keep constantly clicking and clicking because they give you a little snippet and then you got to keep clicking. That's how, they get paid more money, the more clicks that goes to their websites. So they play these games that keep you clicking. So looks like more people are going to the site than who actually are. It's crazy. Let me do that. All right. So again, she tried to help strangers who abducted and robbed her. Then police tracked their getaway car. A woman trying to help strangers at a Walmart store in Culpeper, Virginia, ended up the victim of a violent abduction and robbery late last month, police say. On August 27, police say the victim was shopping when a man and a woman approached her, saying they had car trouble and asking if she could help them. The woman ultimately agreed to help them and led them into her car. Let's paint a picture here. Let's get the full view of what this lady actually did, how stupid she was. She was in the store shopping, and they approached her inside the store, which means that she had to agree in the store, walk out the store with them, go to her car, get in her car with these people, and drive off with them in her car. That's how stupid this lady was. Instead of just saying, no, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Some people, for whatever reason, just feel obligated that they got to help. All right. But it says the woman ultimately agreed to help them and led them into her car. She was a very trusting person and allowed the two suspects into her car. And that's when they produced a handgun and forced her to the ATM, Culpeper Police Chief Christopher Settle said. Police released store surveillance images of the two suspects inside the Walmart. Investigators say the suspects allegedly forced the victim to an ATM at gunpoint, made her withdraw money, and then told her to drive to her home in Orange, Virginia, where they stole belongings from her home. See, once they got you, they got you. People are very naive nowadays. We already know that people nowadays are wicked and evil, but it's the people that are naive that is, that's what makes it worse. It says once they left, the victim called police. But how did the suspects get away if they traveled in the victim's car to her home? Police say the Walmart surveillance video showed the suspects getting out of a black SUV before approaching the victim. Later, the video shows that black SUV appearing to follow the victim's car out of the parking lot. So it was a planned thing, completely orchestrated with a backup car so that once they got what they needed, all they had to do was dump her car, jump in this other car, which they thought they were being smart. But unfortunately for her, unfortunately for the police, both vehicles were seen on the surveillance video. It says Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia local news, events, and information. Police knew the victim's license plate information, so they put that into their automated license plate reading system. While retracing the trip from the Walmart to the victim's home, the LPR system tracked the victim's license plate as it moved past various LPRs positioned in Culpeper into Orange. Then investigators looked deeper. 4 to 5 seconds behind each one of those images where the victim's car went through, we saw a black SUV following the victim's car. So we were able to link this black SUV, Settle said. Police went into the LPR system and added the black SUV to what's called a hot list. So if the SUV passed any other LPRs in Virginia, police would get an alert. You see, they're making you feel like they've got this surveillance system. It's a good thing. See how we were able to crack this carjacking without the help of the LPR system. We would have never been able to solve this crime. But the LPR system is going to be there to help them track everybody. All right. All right. It says, and they did. It says over the next 24 hours, alerts came in from Stafford, then King George County, where police there pulled over the car and arrested the 3 people inside. None of the 3 suspects are in the country legally, police said. They're being held in custody. All 3 suspects are facing multiple felony charges, including abduction by force and robbery. And you notice they always got to put that in there. None of the suspects were in the country legally. Because before having technology like this, it would have been tough to find that SUV, Settle said. Several jurisdictions in Virginia are using automated license plate reading technology to track violent suspects and critical missing person cases. Some people have expressed privacy concerns, and recently Virginia's legislature approved legislation that governs how police are allowed to use the technology and how long they're allowed to store the data. Without the technology, without the LPRs, it's safe to say we would not have had these three violent individuals in jail within 24 hours, Settle said. He said using technology in policing saves critical time and can help police track down suspects potentially before they strike again. All right, so they're making it seem like it's the greatest thing. But all that to say, this is the kind of problems you could find yourself in by following the Christian way and helping every man. That's what they did, and look at where it got them. Okay. There's a word for this. It's called altruism. All right. And people feel like having that altruistic point of view is the Christian thing to do. And partly it comes from Christianity, but it also comes from other um, uh, religious doctrines or religious philosophies and things like that. It's not, even though they try to attribute part of it to Judaism, it was never the Israelite way. All right. The Bible never told us to actually just help anybody and everybody that came along. Hold on, let's look up that word, altruism. Altruism. And let me share again. Hold on. Let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
So altruism, selfless concern for the well-being of others without care for one's own interests, unselfishness. So some of the synonyms: unselfishness, selflessness, self-sacrifice, self-denial. Let's see what Merriam-Webster has to say about altruism. Altruism as a noun: unselfish regard for or devotion to the welfare of others. And then number two, behavior by an animal that is not beneficial to or may be harmful to itself, but that benefits others of its species. Okay. Let's read this. It says, did you know altruism has roots in Latin and French? Altruism refers to a quality possessed by people whose focus is on something other than themselves, and its root reveals the object of those generous tendencies. Altruism derives from the French word autrui, meaning other people. Autrui, in turn, developed from the Old French term autre, which means other, and which itself comes from Latin alter, also meaning other. That Latin source eventually caused a curious thing to happen. Under the influence of alter, the French autrui or altruai gave rise to the altrui of both the French altruisme and the English altruism. English term has been in service since at least the mid 1800s. All right, let's go back. Let me see. Where is it? Trying to go to Wikipedia and see what Wikipedia says about it. That's weird. Let me try this. All right, here we go. So altruism. You can see it.
Yes.
Is concern for the well-being, the life of others, independently of personal benefit or reciprocity. All right. We're just gonna go down. We don't want to read all of this where it deals because you can show it's neurobiology, psychology, genetics and environment, sociology, religious viewpoints. So this is where this notion or this thing of altruism derives from. It says most, if not all, of the world's religions promote altruism as a very important moral value. Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Jainism, Judaism, and Sikhism. All right. But when you actually look at Judaism, in reality, our people did not practice what you would call as altruism. To per se, when it comes to just giving to anybody and everybody. All right. Ours was more is intrinsic the word I'm looking for. It was more amongst our people, helping your people. All right. But you can see that this whole view of altruism or altruistic, being altruistic, derives from these other religions like Buddhism, Jainism, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and Sikhism, all right, and Hinduism. It also comes up in philosophy. So you could read about all of this, okay? But it was never something, as far as our people having concern for the welfare of anybody and everybody, that was never the case. Okay. Um, Let me do this. Can you see this one?
Yes.
So this is an article dealing with altruism. So altruism is acting to help someone else at some cost to oneself. It can include a vast range of behaviors, from sacrificing one's life to save others, to giving money to charity or volunteering at a soup kitchen, to simply waiting a few seconds to hold the door open for a stranger. Often, people behave altruistically when they see others in challenging circumstances and feel empathy and the desire to help. Why altruism is important. It says altruistic urges and behaviors are an important part of the glue that binds families and social groups together, helping them to cooperate and thrive. Individuals who go out of their way to aid others often receive something in return, whether it's an intangible reward such as admiration and respect or material support at a later time. Altruistic impulses and the reciprocation of kind deeds help ensure all members of a tight-knit group have backup when they need it. Is altruism part of human nature? It seems to be for most people. Cooperative behavior allowed our ancestors to survive under harsh conditions, and it still serves a purpose in a highly complex society. Is altruism selfish or selfless? Altruism can be viewed as both. In some sense, altruists put others' interests ahead of their own. But giving to others often feels good and can result in longer-term gains for the giver. Reciprocal altruism is a term used by scientists for helping that is sustained by an eventual payoff from the person that receives help. So in reality, you're doing something, expecting something in return. All right. So it's not truly just being generous. Cultivating generosity. It says most people are inclined to help out a best friend or a close family member in need. But how far does that kindness extend? Some people are clearly more or less altruistic than others, with callous psychopaths perhaps on the low end, people who risk their lives for strangers on the other end, and the rest of us in the middle. Many forces, both internal and external, likely underlie these individual differences in altruism. All right. So it says, is altruism learned or innate? Even young children feel good about sharing, and to some extent, altruistic tendencies may be built in for most people. Many altruistic acts are reactive. Human beings respond compassionately when they see others in pain and in need of help. Of course, people also learn norms of altruism within their culture, including how much or how little generosity is considered acceptable. What causes people to be altruistic? Neurological, cultural, and other kinds of factors may cause some people to be more altruistic than others. So-called extreme altruists appear to differ from others in the size of their brains, amygdala, and their responsiveness to the signs of distress. External influences such as a religious upbringing or socioeconomic status may also play a role. Okay, so you can see there are a lot of our people that have that altruistic outlook on life or those tendencies, and in some cases it can get you in trouble. All right. um, and there's an article here also that I meant to read earlier that talks about the hidden danger and how we choose our leaders. All right. um, the hidden danger and how we choose leaders. Powerful personas can overshadow true leadership values. And that is exactly what we're seeing happening in the Israelite community. People with these powerful personas were allowing those personality traits or those personalities to overshadow the true leadership values we should be looking for in these leaders. It says charisma and confidence can mislead us into overestimating a leader's moral character. That couldn't be so true. All right. That the charisma, the confidence that some of these leaders have, we allow them to mislead us into overestimating their moral character, which in some of these cases, these men have no moral character. They have a lack of moral character or none at all. They don't have any moral character. All right. It says we often confuse leadership style, the container, with values and ethics, the content. True heroic leadership is defined by compassion, integrity, and service to others. And when you look around the Israelite community, there are several of these leaders that don't have that. They don't have those qualities. All right. Um, it's quite a lengthy article also. If you get a chance, go and look it up. This is called Psychology Today. And they got, several, good articles on here that um, can help you in understanding some of these things. All right. But again, that's part of the problem that we find in the Israelite community, that you have some of these leaders that are, they have strong personality, they have charisma, they're confident in themselves, they carry themselves in a certain way. And we as people um, allow these personality traits to basically overshadow the fact that these guys lack any moral compass. Okay. We got to be very careful about that. All right. Let's go to the book of Sirach. We're going to go to chapter 12. You're going to read verses 1 through 15.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12 and verse 1. When thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest it, so shall thou be thanked for thy benefits. Do
Stop
good
right
to
there.
the good.
Stop right
Mhm.
there for a minute. Okay, I'm going to stop you here and there with this. This is the meat of the lesson right here.
Okay.
What happened? All right. When thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest it. So the scriptures themselves are telling us that when it comes to you helping somebody, make sure you know who it is that you're helping, because that's what happened to this man and this woman. They didn't know these people. They were strangers, and they decided they were just going to help some strangers that they didn't know. And what did they get for their troubles? Carjacked, abducted. All right. That's why the scriptures tells us this is giving us a way to protect ourselves from stuff like this. When thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest it, so shalt thou be thanked for thy benefits. If it's, your buddy from church, you're walking through the store and, Ezra, I see Ezra and he comes up to, oh man, brother Zerubbabel, I'm so glad to see you, man. I was just outside trying to start my car and my car wasn't starting, man. And I looked and I thought I saw your car out there in the parking lot. And I was like, oh man, brother Zerubbabel here. Let me go in the store and see you can help me out. Yeah, I went searching all through the store. I man, thank the Most High I found you. Can you help me out? Of course, I'll be like, oh, brother, yeah, of course. You know what? Let me come on out. Of course, I'm gonna go help him. Because after you help him, he's gonna be like, oh, thank you, bro. Thank you for helping me out. Man, you're a lifesaver. I didn't know what I was gonna do. I was gonna probably have to call a tow truck, call a AAA or something like that, and end up having to spend money to get this done. That's completely different compared to some stranger coming up to me in the store and like, hey, you know what, man, my car broke down outside. It's like you came all the way in the store to find some stranger to help you with your car outside. I'm sure there was plenty of people walking around outside in the parking lot that could have helped you out. I'm not a fool. I'm not a sucker. I'm not Boo Boo the fool. No, I'm sorry. I can't help you. Sorry. I don't know you. That's exactly what the scriptures are telling us and teaching us to do. When thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest it, so shalt thou be thanked for thy benefits. Not having a gun pulled on you and getting abducted, or having your car stolen and your wallet stolen from you, or being forced to go to your house and give them stuff from your home. Now they know where you live. They've got your address, they've got your car, they know everything, just about everything they need to know to keep coming back. All right, let's go ahead and read on verse 2.
Do good to the godly man, and
Do
thou
good
shalt
to
find it to the godly man.
everybody.
The godly man.
No, every man.
Godly man.
Do good to the godly man. Go ahead.
And thou shalt find a recompense, and if not from him, yet from the Most High.
So we help the godly, because then you're going to find what a recompense mean, a payback. At some point, they're going to pay you back for what you did. Maybe you may find yourself in a situation and they come to your aid at some point. Like, hey, I remember you helped me out. I got you. You did this for me when I was in need. You know what? Don't worry about it. I got you. Pay you back for the help you did for me back at that time. And they're saying if not from him, and if they don't end up paying you back, the Most High is going to do it at some point. Again, the title of the lesson, give to the godly man and help not a sinner. We're going to get there in a second. See, we didn't just make this title up. It's actually in the scriptures. All right, let's go ahead and read on.
There can no good come to him that is always occupied in evil, nor to him that giveth no alms.
So the scriptures are telling us there is nothing good that's going to come to a person that's always occupied in evil. Everything they do is evil, evil, evil. And there are people in this world like that, that they cannot function in this world without having to think of committing some kind of wicked act or doing something evil. Think about that. You often wonder sometimes when you hear these stories or read these stories or watch these stories on the news about somebody showing up to a nightclub and in the middle of the nightclub pulling their gun out and shooting. The question is, why would you have a gun in a nightclub? They have a gun in the nightclub because there are some wicked, evil people out there that when they're getting ready to go out, their intent is not to go out and have a good time. You see it all the time. You see a group of people getting ready to leave, and there's always that one person in the group whose focus isn't on going out having fun. There's that one person in the group that's like, you know what, man, I got my gat. I can't wait, man. Some fools jump off of me tonight. It's going to be on. That's their mentality. That's what they're going out for. Everybody else is talking about, hey, you know, I can't wait to get there. You know, I'm going to get on that dance floor. Or, you know, some of the ones that, and all of it is wickedness. I'm just using it as an example. Some of them are going there for the drinks. Some of them are going there to meet women or men or whatever the case is. But there's always that one person whose wickedness is more wicked than all the other people that are in the group, that their only purpose in going is to cause conflict. All right. And you got to realize that's why you got to stay away from these kind of places. All right. There can no good come to him that is always occupied in evil, nor to him that giveth no alms. All right. That person that's not willing to contribute or give to help those in need. Let's go ahead and read on. Verse 4.
Give to the godly man and help not the sinner.
I know that many people don't know that this is actually in the scriptures. Give to the godly man and help not a sinner. Hence the title of this class today. Give to the godly man and help not a sinner. So it doesn't matter if it's your friend at work, your friend at school, your mother, father, sister, brother, cousin, aunt, uncle. It don't matter. If they're not keeping the commandments of God, you have no obligation to help them. None. Zilch, nada, zero. So when they try and come at you with whatever words, whatever they trying, because many people do that have families where they constantly try and berate them, belittle them, and make you feel guilty into helping. That happens in a lot of families where, you know, people are made to feel obligated that you got to help. It's your obligation. It's your duty. It's family. According to God, no, there is no obligation, no duty to help. If they're not keeping the commandments of the Lord, they're not keeping this truth, you are not obligated to help them. That's why the scriptures say, give to the godly man and help not a sinner. You have a brother or sister, cousin, somebody in your family that all they do is cause problems. They don't want to have nothing to do with this Bible. God and Christ in the Bible are nowhere in their vocabulary. Last thing on their, not even the last thing on their mind. It's not in their mind at all. And they come to you for help. Like, hey, bro, you know what, man? Can you spot me a little cash? You know, I'm a little short. You know, I whatever excuse to come up with. You have no obligation to help them. Because I can guarantee you the moment you say, no, you know what, I can't help you, you know, I can't do it. Now they cursing you out. Now you're every name in the book. And for me, that's all, you know, I'm glad I didn't help you, because now I see exactly what you think of me. I see exactly what you really, 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 really think of me. Thanks for that. Thank you. Now I know I'm never, unless you repent, you come into this truth, I know I'm not doing nothing to help you. In fact, I want nothing to do with you. Give to the godly man and help not a sinner. Let's read on, verse 5.
Verse 5.
Mhm.
Do well unto him that is lowly, but give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread, and give it not unto him, lest he overmaster thee thereby. For else thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done unto him.
This is the warning for us to avoid things like what we just read, where you're just giving to people that you don't know. And the next thing you know, they're overmastering. Overmastering means they're overpowering you. And then you find yourself in a bad situation. It says, do well unto him that is lowly. So yeah, they're in the lowest state. They're hurting. They need help. But give not to the ungodly. So in other words, the person that is of lowest state that you should be helping is the godly person. If this homeless person comes to you, and you know they're not, you know, trying to follow the Israelite doctrine, they're not, you know, they're not following God's commandments, they're not trying to do nothing the Bible says. They come and ask you for help. You're under no obligation to open your wallet up and hand this person any money. Do well unto him that is lowly, but give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread. They come to you like, man, you know, I'm hungry. You know, can you help me out a little bit? Spare a little food. The Lord says, and give it not unto him. You under no obligation to go into McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, Taco Bell, KFC, and buy them a lunch or a dinner and go out and give it to them. But people are doing that anyway out of stupidity. Why does the Lord not want us doing that? There's a thing called learned helplessness. These people learn how to not help themselves because it's easier to just beg from others. When the scriptures tells us that living a beggar's life is not the thing to do. All right. Do well unto him that is lowly, but give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread and give it not unto him, lest he overmaster thee thereby. For else thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou should have done unto him. Such in the situations with that man and woman. They wanted to give of their bread. In other words, they wanted to give their money or give their help, give their time to help these people, just to be generous, to be altruistic. And what did they get for their troubles? Again, they got kidnapped. They got carjacked. And they're lucky that worse didn't happen. But what ended up happening? They received twice as much evil for the good that they had wanted to do for that person. So that's why the Lord has this in place, so that we can avoid putting ourselves in situations where we could end up hurt or killed. All because we want to help the wrong kind of people. Let's go ahead and read on. Read on, verse 6.
For the Most High hated sinners, and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly, and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishments.
So the scripture says, for the Most High hated sinners, but somehow, some way in the church, you're constantly being told that the Lord loves sinners. The Lord hates the sin but loves the sinner, which you don't read nowhere in the scriptures. No, God does not love sinners. The scriptures tells us that the Most High hates sinners. We're reading it verbatim, written right here for you to read. For the Most High hated sinners, and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly, and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment. Because there's going to come a day where the wicked people of this world are going to be punished. Let's go ahead and read on, verse 7.
Give unto the good and help not the sinner.
Says the same thing again, only just worded a little bit differently. See, the Most High is redundant. He repeats things over and over and over again. In case you didn't hear what I said earlier, I'm going to tell you again. Give unto the good and help not the sinner. Don't be stupid. Don't be an idiot. Don't be foolish. Read on.
A friend cannot be known in prosperity, and an enemy cannot be hidden in adversity.
All right, in adversity. So a friend cannot be known in prosperity, because when you're doing good, everybody's trying to be your friend. So you don't know who's true and who's not. You don't know who the true friends are. You won't know who your true friends are until you fall on hard times, and you're going to see who's going to still be there giving you phone calls, who's going to still be there by your side helping you out, or at least just giving you words of encouragement, or whatever the case is. Those fake friends are going to be like, they're going to be like leaves in the wind, gone, just blown everywhere. Ghosts. And an enemy cannot be hidden in adversity, because all your enemies are going to be shown. All those people that pretended to love you and like you, when hard times come, those are going to be the ones you're going to be able to see, oh, okay, you're really an enemy. I thought you were my friend. Let's go ahead and read on.
Um,
Verse 9.
mhm. In the prosperity of a man, enemies will be grieved, but in his adversity, even a friend will depart.
But in his adversity, even a friend will depart. Even your friends will turn their backs on you. Let's go ahead and read on.
Never trust thy enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness.
Never trust thine enemy. Never trust thine enemy. So many of our people put too much trust into men, into others, rather than the Most High. And then they wonder why they end up finding themselves in situations. For like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Sometimes a man's wickedness, his evil, won't show up right away. Sometimes it's over time, just like rust to show up on a nail. Excuse me, it takes time. Sometimes it's a very slow process, but you still need to be on the lookout when you're stepping. Aren't you looking out for that? You know, you see some boards on the ground. Aren't you looking for that rusty nail sticking up? You still need to be cautious. You still need to be on the lookout for it, even though you're not expecting it. And that's the same thing when it comes to dealing with these men. It may take time. It may take a few months. It may take a few years. It may take a lot of years for the truth to come out about what kind of people they are. But at some point, it will show. It will manifest itself. All right, let's go ahead and read on.
Um, though he humbled
Verse,
himself, though he humble himself and go couching, yet take good heed and beware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust had not been altogether wiped away.
all right, as it says, though he humble himself and go crouching. We talked about that earlier. Some of these leaders, they find themselves in trouble and they crouch down and put their head down and try and be all humble. It's fake. It says, yet take good heed and beware of him. The Lord is constantly trying to make us aware of danger. All right. It says, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass. A looking glass is a mirror. Okay. And thou shalt know that his rust had not been altogether wiped away. You haven't cleaned that rust off of him. It's still there. He may be pretending to be your friend, but that hatred that he has in his heart for you, it's still there. All right. Let's go to verse 12.
Set him not by thee, lest when he had overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat, and thou at the last remember my words and be a prick therewith.
And be pricked therewith. So you got to remember the right hand side, or somebody being on your right hand. You hear that term, yeah, that's my right hand man right there. That's my bro. That's my right hand man. That's my do or die. You know what I mean? In in the car, that's that's my partner that rides shotgun with me. The right hand represents a place of trust in the scriptures. That's why Christ is sitting on the right hand of the Most High. That's a place of trust. Your most trusted subordinate is the person you're going to sit in that seat, because you know that they're trustworthy. There's somebody that you can put all trust and honor into, and you're not going to have to worry about them trying to overthrow you. But with your enemy, the Lord is telling you, don't place them on your right side. Don't put him by you, because all he's going to be thinking about is how he can get that top seat. That's all he's thinking about. And you see that in the midst of the Israelite community. Who's going to be the top, the top camp, top group, top leader? And even in the midst of some of the camps, you see some of these guys fighting each other for positions because they want to get a higher rank in the group. Some of these guys are willing to step on their own brothers just to get a higher position. It's crazy. It's sad what you see going on. All right, let's go ahead and read verse 13.
Who will pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent, or any such as come nigh wild beasts?
Come close to wild beasts. Why would you pity him? Why are you going to feel sorry for them? It's their fault for being stupid. Just like the situation with this man and this woman, I don't feel sorry for them. That's their fault for being stupid, for being dumb. You should have had more situational awareness. You're walking through the middle of the store and somebody comes up to you like, hey, you know what? Can you help me out? My car broke down. I'm sure there's hundreds of people walking by somewhere outside that they could have gone to and said, hey, my car is, acting up. Can you help me out? But you're going to come walking through the middle of the store and find one random person to go up to. You passed by cash registers, security guards standing out in front, everything, to come ask me to help you out. Like, get real. I'm not a fool. I'm not an idiot. Go find somebody else. But that idiot that actually falls for it, the Lord is saying, who will pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent? That's what you get for being stupid. You trusted this person, walked out the store with them, put them in your car, took, you know what I mean? And what did you think was going to happen? You thought it was going to be all roses and kisses. You were going to take them to the gas station, put some gas in their gas can, drop them off at their car, and you're going to hug and kiss and sing Kumbaya together, exchange numbers, and now be homies. That's just dumb. It's stupid. And people, unfortunately, don't have the foresight to see it. Okay? Let's read verse 14.
So one that goeth to a sinner and is defiled with him in his sins, who will pity?
Who's going to pity a person that wants to go hang out with sinners and get caught up in the same sins that they're doing? I've got no pity for you. None. Let's go ahead and read on. Last verse, verse 15.
For a while he will abide with thee, but if thou being to fall, he will not tarry.
But if thou begin to fall, he will not tarry. He's not going to stand by your side. He's not going to stick with you. When things start to go downhill in your life, that's when you find out who your true friends are. All right. And again, you got to be careful who you bring in your house, because if you've never had your house broken, I've had it happen to me a couple of times. It's not fun. It's not a good feeling to come home and find your house broken into and ransacked. Somebody's gone through all your personal possessions. And every time I still think about it to this day. 2 different places in Stockton, Cali. That's why I try and tell people, you be careful when you move in Stockton, because it's a lifestyle there for people to break into people's houses. All right. So if you've never had that feeling of being just violated, somebody coming into your personal space and looking through your closets and through your drawers and tearing your house apart, going through your refrigerator and your cabinets, and you walk in and the whole place is just torn up. Couch seats just cut up and cut open and torn off, and everything gone through. TV's gone, computers gone, any kind of electronics that can be picked up and walked is gone.
Right.
Everything just gone through. It's not a good feeling. And I'm telling you from experience. You feel on edge because you're like, man, I'm glad it happened when I wasn't home. Because if that was like that point, like, you know what, I don't know what would have happened if it would have happened while I was home. Like, man, it's a scary thought, a scary feeling, because you don't know. I wonder how many were there. What if there's more? If it's one, I can handle that. If as long as they didn't have a gun. But now these youngsters that are coming out here that are committing these home invasions and robberies, these 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old kids, they're coming in groups of 4, 5, and 6, and they're armed. They've got guns now. So what can you do? And I'm telling you, it's not a good feeling, because I think about it. I'm like, man, what would I have done if they would have come in while I was home? I'm glad they did do it. I thank the Most High that they did it when I wasn't home. But the thing is, you got to be careful who you bring, because it could be, because that's how I feel like, it has to be somebody that I knew. Somebody that was close for it to happen not once, but twice.
Right.
And then to top it off, not only that, a storage unit that I had got broken into also. That's when it started down. Like, this has to be somebody that's close, somebody that I know, somebody I brought into my house that, that is doing this, because this is not random. So I had to cut people off. And sure enough, when I did that, guess what? It all stopped. All stopped. So that's why go to Sirach 11:29. This is just
The
popped
book
in
of
my head.
Ecclesiastes. The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 11 and verse 29. Bring not every man into thine house, for the deceitful man had many trains.
Bring not every man into thine house. The scriptures are very clear about that. Be real careful about who you trust and bring into your household. Because like our forefather, was it Hezekiah? Now my mind is going blank on it. That brought the men from Babylon in and showed them everything around the house, and like, hey, look at this, look at that. And that's the reason why we ended up going into captivity in Babylon. All right. You can't just be bringing people into your house, showing off everything you got. That's why we got to learn to be more humble as a people, because there are people out there that, you know, they don't want to see you having nice things, and they are quick to want to try and take it from you, to separate you from those things. So the Lord is telling us what? Bring not every man into thine house. All right. Let's go to the book of Tobit. And you're going to go to chapter 4. Let's watch it. Let's listen to what Tobit even said to his son. Chapter 4, you're going to read verses 16 and 17. Even Tobit knew the scriptures and was smart enough to warn his son and tell his son this.
The book of Tobit, chapter 4 and verse 16. Give of thy bread to the hungry, and of thy garments to them that are naked, and according to thy abundance give alms. And let not thine eye be envious when thou givest alms.
So he
For
knows the
out
scripture telling him the same thing we read about earlier. If you give cheerfully. Don't give, and don't give grudgingly. Be happy about it. As it says, let not thy eye be envious when thou givest alms. In other words, saying the same thing. Don't give grudgingly. Go ahead.
pour out thy bread on the burial of the just, but give nothing to the wicked.
But give nothing to the wicked. We're being reminded again, don't give nothing to the wicked. So again, if you have family, friends, co-workers, strangers you don't know coming up to you, or they're asking for help, and you know that they don't care nothing about God's commandments or laws or nothing like that, you're under no obligation to help them. According to God in the Bible. Excuse me, according to God in the Bible, you're under no obligation to help. None. Zilch. Nada. But give nothing to the wicked. How many times have we read this in the scriptures? As the title of the class says, give to the godly man and help not a sinner. Not something that's why we're making it simple, and we're letting it know this is not a title we just came up with out the blue. This is what the scriptures teach. And you've been taught wrong in your Christian church, whereas it's give to every man. What Christ was talking about, because Christ read the book of Deuteronomy. He read the book of Exodus. He knew the scriptures. He read the Apocrypha. He read Ecclesiasticus and understood. Putting all this together collectively, like, yeah, help every man. Every man of who? Every man of your people that's in need, if they're keeping the commandments. He doesn't have to say it, because you should know, based upon the scriptures, who you should be helping. You should understand when Christ says help every man, you understand he's talking about every man of your people, every righteous man of your people. That should be self-explanatory, right? But unfortunately, because of the lies of these Christian pastors, there's a lot of confusion. Let's go to 2 Corinthians chapter 9. And you're going to read verses 6 through 11.
The book of Second Corinthians. The book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 9 and verse 6. But this I say, he which soweth sparingly shall reap also sparingly, and he which soweth bountifully shall reap also bountifully. Every man according as he purpose purposeth in his heart, so let him give, not grudgingly or grudgingly or
Not
necessity.
grudgingly. Isn't that what we've been saying throughout this lesson? That the Lord is telling us not to give grudgingly. Wasn't just saying it, is because it's in the scriptures. Okay, I just want to point that out. Go ahead.
Or of necessity, for God loveth a cheerful giver.
For God loveth the cheerful giver. See, your Christian pastor will ignore everything else written and love to point this out. For God loveth the cheerful giver. Come on up, bring your money. That's why you see some of these pastors running around the church. You've seen that video, right? That
Hmm.
pastor running around talking. Pastors calling themselves Creflo Dollar when that's not even his. I can't remember what his real name is now. You have to look it up again. But his real name is not even Creflo Dollar. He changed his name to Dollar, showing you how much he loves money. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Let's go ahead and read on.
And God is able to make all grace abound towards you, that yeah, always having all sufficiency in all things may abound to every good work. As it is written, he had despair abroad, he had given to the poor his righteousness reigneth forever,
Remaineth forever.
remaineth forever. Now he that ministereth seed to the sower, both minister bread for your food, and multiply your seed sown, and increase the fruits of your righteousness.
Because that's the main thing is we want to increase the fruit of our righteousness. We want to increase in righteousness. We want to grow thereby, as we read earlier. Desire the sincere milk of the word that you may grow thereby. The same thing is increasing the fruits of your righteousness. It's all the same. You want to grow in this truth. You want to gain more wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of this truth. You want to grow closer to God. All right. Go ahead and read on. Last verse, verse 11.
Being enriched in everything to all bountifulness, which causeth through us thanksgiving to God.
Thanksgiving to God. Let's go to Galatians 6. You're going to read verses 7 through 9.
The book of Galatians, chapter 6 and verse 7. Be not deceived, God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For he that soweth to his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption, but he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap life everlasting. And let us not be weary in well doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not.
If we faint not. Let's go to James, the book of James, chapter 4. You're going to read verse 17.
The book of James, chapter 4 and verse 17. Therefore, to him that knoweth to do good and doeth it not, to him it is sin.
And we read that earlier. It's the same thing from the Old Testament. If you, what it's talking about is what we read earlier in Deuteronomy. If you see your brother that needs help and you decide not to help him when you have the ability to do it and you know he's a brother in good standing, meaning he's keeping the commandments of the Lord, you know to do good and you don't do it, that's all he's repeating, that it's sin to you. The Lord says it is a sin. That's not something new, comes straight from the Old Testament. It's old. It's been there from the beginning. That law has been there. Your Christian pastor is just not studying. He's not studied. That's why you need to be retaught. Let's go to 1 Peter 3 and 8 through 13.
The book of First Peter, chapter 3 and verse 8. Finally, be ye all of one mind, having compassion one of another. Love as brethren, be pitiful, be courteous, not rendering evil for evil or railing for railing, but contrariwise blessing, knowing that ye are thereunto called, that ye should inherit a blessing. For he that will love life and see good days, let him refrain his tongue from evil, and his lips that they speak no guile. Let him eschew evil and do good. Let him seek peace and ensure it. For the eyes of the Lord are over the righteous, and his ears are open unto their prayers. But the face of the Lord is against them that do evil. And who is he that will harm you if ye be follower of that which is good.
All right. So as it says, and who is he that will harm you if you be followers of that which is good? You will not find yourself in situations where you're trying to extend a hand to help somebody that's evil and wicked, and for your for your help, for your troubles, you end up finding yourself in a bad situation where either you or somebody close to you could end up being hurt and end up losing their life. All right. It goes beyond just losing your material possessions. You can end up losing your life if you're not careful by following the foolish examples of what these Christian pastors are teaching, that you should just be given to every man, given to everybody and anybody, helping anybody that comes up to you. That's not what the scriptures teach. In Lord's will, this lesson has opened your eyes and shown you the truth, that we are not obligated to help every man, every woman that's out there on the streets, because some of them, that's their punishment from God to begin with, because they don't want to do his command. They don't want to do what's expected of them. They don't want to do anything good. So their lot in life is to be out there on them streets, because they didn't want to listen to their teachers when they were in school. They didn't want to listen to their parents and follow the rules of the house. They didn't want to follow the rules of society and not be out stealing and robbing and killing and murdering and things like that. Doing drugs, smoking weed, smoking crack, shooting heroin, prostituting, pimping, all of these sins. They love that lifestyle. They wanted to be partying. They wanted to be made to feel good. That's what life was about to them. As they were growing up, it was just all about a party. No matter how many people tried to tell them this life is not going to lead you anywhere good, they didn't care. They didn't want to hear it. So many of these people are in the position that they're in because they brought it on themselves. Ended up going to jail, going to prison, got out, and instead of straightening up and changing their life and repenting, they just went back to the same old wickedness they were doing before. And now it's a revolving door: into prison, out of prison, into prison, out of prison, on the streets, back in prison, out of prison, on the streets, over and over and over again, becoming a lost cause. The Lord is telling you, like, no, you can't. You don't even try and help somebody like that. It's beyond your capabilities, because they've got the devil on them. And the moment you try and help them, they're going to see weakness, and you're going to find yourself in a world of hurt. They're going to start plotting and planning. Think about that. Think of how many stories over the years that have come out where dumb people have been stupid, met a homeless person, feel sorry for them, and say, you know what? I've got an extra bedroom. I feel so bad. You don't need to be out here on these streets. Take them into their house. And then next thing you know, you hear the story of this homeless person unaliving everybody in their house because they were dumb trying to help somebody, some stranger that they didn't know. These stories are happening all the time, over and over and over again. All right. So as the scriptures we just read in 1 Peter 3:8 just said, finally, be all ye of one mind, have compassion of one another, love as brethren, be pitiful, be courteous, not rendering evil for evil or railing for railing, but contrariwise blessing, knowing that ye are thereunto called, that ye should inherit a blessing. And we just did a lesson last week about who the called are. All right. So that fits in to what we just went over today. You so-called Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, you are the Israelites the Bible speaks of. Ye are the called, or you are the call that the Bible is calling to, that the Lord is calling to. And you're the people that this lesson is for today. Give to the godly man and help not the sinner. Help the people of you, or help those of your people that are serious about this truth. And everybody else, let the Lord deal with them. Because they don't care about that. They don't care about the Lord. They don't care about this truth. They don't care about keeping his commandments. All right. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
So as it says, for God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. And especially again, when it comes to having discernment and making a decision as to whether or not the person you're going to help is good or whether they're an evil person, only by studying the scriptures are you going to be able to gain the discernment to know the difference. And that's the problem with what's going on today in the Israelite community. Many people are not exercising their senses to discern the difference between good and evil, and not recognizing and understanding that the Lord is going to judge you based on the things that you've done, whether the things you've done in your life were good or whether they were evil. And with that, we're going to say shalom. Most High in Christ bless. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath day, and Lord willing, we'll see you Sabbath. Shalom.